Hello, I'm doing pretty good. Can you guys hear me okay? Doing it live. We're doing it live. hmm I, let's see. I've been doing competitive Opus Magnum since the first tournament. And I, oh, that was RPO's tournament in 2019, if I recall correctly. And I do have the I do have like the honor, distinction, the the fact that I have I am like I am one of like two people that has competed in every tournament and weekly ever. Yeah. Biggie is the other person, I believe. But I don't recall it. But that we realized that like a couple years ago, where it's like, oh wait, we're the like, because there was not a huge overlap between the people that were in the 2019 tournament and the people that were in like the 2023 tournament, is I think when we realized that, of like, oh, it's there's not a huge overlap between the oh, oh, whoops. Oh no. Oh wait, is that because I'm coming through your speakers and then it's not detecting that? Or chat, if you can hear me, type F in chat. Oh, they hear me. Oh, okay. Oh, fascinating. Oh, snap. Okay, so who is going to try and fix the audio technical issue? So I've been left to my own devices to try and entertain anybody without a way to provide um visual stimulus. So impromptu, ask me anything. Type your questions in the chat or something, and I'll answer, I guess. Ooh, favorite food. Let's see. Oh, there's so many different kinds. I guess probably, if I were to go get like lunch somewhere, getting like chicken strips with buffalo sauce. I'd have to say like that's probably like way up at the top of favorite foods that I would have. Favorite game other than Opus Magnum, if it somehow is. So yeah, so Opus Magnum I really have enjoyed a lot. I will be honest, if it wasn't for the this might be true for a lot of people though, but like the tourneys and the weeklies and stuff have kept me going on Opus Magnum for a long time. If I didn't have the Discord server to participate in, I probably would have dropped off of OM a long time ago. Um, but oh yeah, yep. Yeah, because like the tourneys, the weeklies, the memes, the just the burrito hunting, um, all different fun aspects of it. There are not a let's see, Minecraft is a classic. I don't play that one a whole ton, but I always come returning back to that. Especially because I have a lot of siblings, and some of my siblings have grown up and married, and they have kids and families of their own now. And um and so like Minecraft is a great way for all of us to like hang out and play together
Hello, can you hear me?
in a family way.
But you can keep talking while the chat responds. Okay.
Echo,
Yes,
huh?
people hear me, but there's echoes. Oh, well. Uh, is it like you can hear me, but not Mr. Puzzle? Also, I saw my audio go into the red. Okay. Can you say something? Just to make sure.
Okay. So they're saying that they're hearing me through you. So like maybe I'm echoing.
Okay, I'm going to turn your volume down to 0 on my end. So I cannot hear you at all, Mr. Puzzle. But you say something. Maybe you're saying something right now. I don't know. But I hope you're saying something, and then chat will say that
I wasn't saying something, but now nothing. I am.
This is everyone's favorite Sunday afternoon activity: is diagnosing someone else's technical problems, right? Echo seems gone. Yay! It's good now. But does that mean that there is no Mr. Puzzle anymore?
Can you still hear? You can still hear me though, right? Ooh. Oh wait.
We hear both. Okay. So
okay.
Then it's just a matter of getting my headphones to work. Can you say something? No. No good there.
Okay, I've got video back.
Okay.
I'm stuck in the void.
I hear you.
I'm stuck in the ether.
Do you not hear me?
Lost to the ages. No one can hear me. Chat, is this real?
Alright, can you say something now?
I'm going to say something now.
Okay. I have a feeling that we are back to everyone hears everyone, but you are very echoey.
Okay.
Am
I very echoey? Or is it ooh, that's gonna be very echoey. No echo really. A bit of echo, but quiet. I'm quiet? Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay.
Ooh, even I can hear me.
Oh, I think we've completely lost the Discord to stream connection, and they are hearing you purely through my speakers.
Okay.
So I just put my speakers really near my microphone, and and I'm sorry, guys. This is what we're gonna have to deal with. Okay. Does anyone know what we were talking about?
Oh, let's see. We were talking about you introduced me. You introduced me as you always thought of me as the overlap guy, which I wanted to say I thought was very interesting because, like, I never discovered overlap. I didn't do write-ups on overlap. I just do overlap for fun. So I don't know. I just thought that was funny. I wouldn't have considered me the overlap guy, but
yes,
I have done a lot of overlap showcases, and I have worked with it a lot.
And then I think you were saying you have been in the Opus Magnum community since the very first tournament in 2019.
Yep.
Which surprised me a bit. And I did go digging through. The earliest video I could find was Biggie's first tournament. And I did see you had submitted in that tournament. And I saw you were in a tertiary tie with Fame Deer, I think. Which is quite the coincidence. But yeah, why don't you tell me what like the early days of Opus Magnum tournament was like before I got on the scene and got to experience it for myself. What's changed?
Back in my day, when we started tournaments, we didn't even have the Discord server. We ran the tournament through Reddit. Which actually helps explain why, like like in Discord, I'm known as Isaac.was, but in tournaments and weeklies, I participate as Mr. Puzzle, and that is because when I first joined the community, like at large, it was through Reddit, and the first tournament was participated via Reddit, and Mr. Puzzle was my Reddit username, and so like that, and like I don't know, it's like Isaac Was is my name, but Mr. Puzzle will be like my gamer handle if I don't use Isaac.was. So that's kind of why like I use and respond to both names in places. But but anyway, just some lore. So yeah, so the first tournament was done through Reddit, and RPO's first tournament was kind of an oddball because it was the first Opus Magnum tournament. I believe RPO tried to base a lot of it off of the Space Chem tournaments, which have already been running for a while by that point. And but like, you know, it's the first tournament of its kind, so like there's some weird things. Something that tournament did that other tournaments did not do was that there were 4 metrics, and you could choose 2 to submit to.
Wow.
And it was, and yeah, and so that was kind of interesting because it would be like Biggie for the most part would always submit to Cycles. Jinyu would always submit to this one. Shadow Cluster would always submit to that one. So it was kind of like, a lot of people stayed with the metrics they were good with, and few people like kind of tried to do everything.
I see.
I sort of wound up doing whatever because I don't know.
Well, I get the feeling, I saw somewhere you said you're good at some, which is maybe one of my least favorite metrics right after TI. So I get the feeling the sort of stuff you do is very different from what I don't know to what extent I specialize, but to the extent I specialize in anything, it's very different. So
yeah, something I always jokingly lament is like to this day, like Shadow Cluster is known as an area main. Biggie is known as an area main. I mean, is known as a Cycles main, and but like very good at a lot of stuff. Jinyu is known for hyper optimizing in good solves and stuff. Like there are a lot of people that could comfortably easily say I am a this main, and like even to this day I don't feel like I main anything. You know, it's just I feel like I can be kind of good at everything, but like if I had to pick one, it would probably be some. Because like some is the one that I've had the best tournament showings in. Some like I haven't gotten first place a lot, but most of the time it's some.
I see.
So like that's yeah.
Okay, would you like to dive into some of the puzzles? We're not going to talk about this one because I already talked about this one when it showed up in my ad hoc tournament. But I was going to pull up. We should have surprisingly stable substance, which should be an interesting introduction to some of the weirder mechanics in Opus Magnum. And the very first thing that comes to attention is that some of these tracks look like they're missing a few parts. So why don't you walk us through what's going on with these tracks and I guess also the puzzle running.
Yeah. So one of the things that I can say that I'm really proud about is there was a stretch of time where this is something called disjoint tracks. It's also called quantum tracks. But mainly it's called disjoint tracks because it is tracks. It's track, except the hexes are not next to each other. They may be disjoint from each other. And there was a stretch of time where disjoint tracks were possible. Then the community thought they were not possible. And then I started participating like more in the Discord, because I lurked in the Discord for a long time, but like among my first like actual posts and talking about stuff in the Discord was I had discovered that disjoint tracks were still a thing. And that got a lot of people excited because it's like, oh, disjoint tracks are still in here. We can do all sorts of funny, wacky stuff. Though it hasn't been looked at a ton because disjoint tracks are not allowed in leaderboard submissions in any way. So if they were, they'd be looked at more, I think. But so the idea behind disjoint tracks is Opus Magnum is a game. It is coded. Every behavior you see on screen is implemented in some way. Like it's a program. It's code.
We're living in the Matrix.
big reveals here. But track is implemented as a list of hexes. And so a list, it has a front, it has a back. All the hexes are listed in an order. It's an ordered list of hexes.
Now, just to say more explicitly, so for example, this track segment here, it contains 4 pieces, and so internally the code refers to there is 1 piece at this location, 1 piece at that location, 1 piece at that location, and then 1 piece at that location. That's what you're talking about.
So so it says, okay, this is a track part. This part has a list of hexes, and this list of hexes, and let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, like, for example, that track part would be, here's a track part. Its origin is at -7, -1, and then the track hexes are 0, 0. You're starting from the negative end and going to the positive end.
Oh, okay.
The track hexes are 0, 0, -1, 0, -2, 0, -3, 0.
Interesting.
So that would be to make it more specific. That is how I remember it off the top of my head right now. Every part has a like origin hex where this is where it is relative to the Critelli hex. And for track parts, I believe it's like by default it'll be like the negative hex will be the origin hex, and then the track hexes are listed relative to that.
Now, when a track forms a loop, does it internally in any way know like this is a loop, or it just checks if the first and last hexes are right next to each other?
It will be the latter.
Okay.
So in the code, it'll say, here are the 8 track hexes, and they will still go from the negative end to the positive end.
Mm-hmm.
During the drawing phase and during the arm is moving along the track phase, the track will say, oh, hey, the first and the last hex of this list are adjacent to each other. So if I'm at the end of the list and I go forward, it is possible for me to go to the start of the list because the hexes are next to each other.
Okay.
So like internally, it's still a single line, but when the game is running, it'll draw it connected, and the arms will move along it as if they were connected. So yeah, the part itself does not keep track of whether it's connected loop or not.
Okay. Now for this solve, what are you getting out of using disjoint track? Well, first of all, this is a height solve. The goal is to do it in height of 3. And what's the advantage of disjoint track here that you can't just do with normal stuff?
Right. So, disjoint track has a couple of advantages over normal track. The thing about the game's code is that it treats the track hexes as a list, but it doesn't actually check internally if the track hexes are next to each other. And the movement code has been written so that it generalizes to disjoint track correctly. So that if you were to start the solve over again from the top, the arm that's on the disjoint track, when it moves along the track, it will move from one hex and it'll jump a bajillion hexes to go to the next one. For that track part, those 2 hexes are listed next to each other in the list. They're just not geographically next to each other. So disjoint tracks allow for some obvious benefits. One is I can go very, very far in a single cycle. You can also do crazier movements like, I'm going to go, I'm going to jump, I'm going to make like a knight's move, which is like a direction you normally wouldn't be able to do.
Right.
And like moving things in the non-6 cardinal directions may allow you to like thread parts next to each other in ways that normally you couldn't. Like, for example, if you did a knight's move, you could move vertically straight up and down.
Right.
Like if you went from the vitae to the moor side of a animismus cliff.
Let me just...
You could move...
draw some knight's moves here.
Yeah. So yeah, like, you could use disjoint track to move a part vertically in that way, which, obviously you normally can't do. There is, and if you're not doing overlap or any other tricks, this is the extent that you can do with quantum tracks, is that it lets you move really far, and you can also move in different directions. But the secret usefulness for this is that when the game does collision checks, it determines how many collision checks to make each cycle based on the longest rotating thing that cycle.
Uh-huh.
Translating things aren't rotating. So if you run the solution and look at the area covered by parts, you will see that when that arm is moving stuff on the disjoint track, that there's a lot of hexes that aren't covered by the movement. Because as long as you're not rotating anything big, you only have 8 collision checks per cycle.
Uh-huh.
No matter how far you're moving something with disjoint track. So we're using disjoint track in this solve to move things, and I believe if you delete, there's horizontal equilibriums. If you delete those, wait, no, never mind. Not on that left part, but if you look at arm 6 as it moves through the right, you can see these patches of hexes that are hit, and these are representing the hexes that, there's a lot of hexes getting skipped. And that's
right.
Because if you travel 1,000 hexes, but you only have like a 3 hex wide thing, and you're only doing 8 checks per cycle, you're missing huge swaths of the board that the simulation says it never collides with.
Now,
so this solve...
yes. These equilibrium gifts that you put in your solve represent the places that the Opus Magnum program thinks the arm base passes through.
Correct.
Okay.
And these patches on the right aren't perfect because the arm passes to the right over it, and then it passes to the left over it. But the distance it travels on those 2 passes are different. So it's actually 2 area masks that are overlapping in a weird way.
I see. That's probably why this hex here is getting hit, and this one here is getting hit.
Yeah. So yeah, it's like it's different, but yeah, that's because it moves to the right a distance, and then it moves to the left a shorter distance.
Right.
So then the hexes it covers are slightly different. But yeah. So in the solve, we are using the disjoint tracks to move a molecule through machinery without colliding with the machinery.
Right. And that allows you to keep it at height 3. Well, I'm ready to move on. But of course, if anyone in the chat wants to ask questions, they should jump in at any time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anytime, chat, if you've got questions, post it and we'll take a look at what you're looking at.
I was going to look at another solve of yours that is pretty similar, except for in there you're using disjoint track, but we have now mixed in some overlap. So here we have only one arm. It picks up a quicksilver, and then I imagine its inexplicable location far to the left is because you want a certain spacing for when Opus Magnum is checking its position. So maybe if I turn on area, we see it only checks every other location on its way to here. You might be suffering from stream delay. I don't know.
Yeah. So that one's kind of weird. When you tab through that, you can see that only every other hex is covered, and then once the movement completes, all of the hexes look covered.
Right.
And that's an artifact of the area detection code. Because the area covered by arm bases and atoms and grippers are treated separately from the shaft of an arm.
Okay.
So, like, the gripper, the arm base, the atom are only covering every other hex. But then at the end of the movement phase, the game code will also look at what hexes were covered by length 2 and length 3 arms, like in their middle part.
I see.
And then that's where it says, oh, the middle part of this arm covered all these hexes on the way through.
You can even
that's why it, like, backfills them later.
You can even see that without disjoint check, because if I just play the very first cycle over and over, you see the arm shaft or arm is filled in half a second after the base and gripper.
Yeah, that kind of thing's easy to see if you have you can also easily see it if you have a length 3 arm and you rotate it. Like if you were to just put down an empty length 3 arm and just have it spin to the right, you'll see that the hexes covered by the gripper will appear before the other ones do. So yeah, those like interior 3 hexes are only covered by arm shafts, and they get covered later.
Right. Okay, but I think more interesting is the overlap shenanigans you have here. So you can see some of the glyphs are obscured by other glyphs. So what should someone know about overlap that is needed to understand the solution or needed to get the idea behind overlap solves?
I think there are 2 facts that you absolutely need to know and be aware of and plan around when you're doing maybe actually there's 3. Here's the big tip. The big tips are there are 2 half cycles.
Okay.
Exactly, there's 2 half cycles, and then there's a movement phase. And exactly where they break as far as the cycle number incrementing happens, I do not know where in the step the cycle number increases. But like there's an arm movement phase, and then there is the glyph firing half steps.
Okay.
And so you'll have like glyphs fire, movement, glyphs fire, or you can also look at it as glyphs fire, movement. It's like because it runs cyclically in a loop.
Now, go ahead.
In the glyph firing stage, all of the inputs simultaneously check if they can place an input, and then they will spawn an input if they are able to. You then have all the normal glyph firing code.
Right.
And then all of the outputs try to accept outputs.
Okay.
So like that there is like the big one. All of the inputs go, then all of the glyphs go, then all the outputs go, and that's in a half step. The second big tip is consumption glyphs like purification, animismus, the unification glyph for quintessence. Those 3 consume atoms in order to produce a new one. those only consume on one of the half steps, and then they produce on the next half step.
Okay.
So, like, those glyphs can only fire once per cycle, but the projection glyph can happen twice per cycle, because it is not considered I guess maybe production glyph would be more appropriate, because it consumes these atoms to produce these atoms.
Now, I suspect that is an answer to a question I had when I first looked at this solution of yours. So here you see on cycle 1 we spawn in 2 copies of the ornament shard input, one here, and 2 copies of the quicksilver input. And I would think the logical thing to do would be, just if you're allowed to do overlap, just have the projection glyph directly sitting where the quicksilver is input. But you don't do that, you have a bonder. And then you unbond the quicksilver from the coppers, and then the next cycle it projects. So that feels like it's more complicated than the easy way.
Yeah. But for this puzzle that's necessary, because if I put the projector directly under the quicksilver input, unless I did some clever trick with bonding somehow, the quicksilver will spawn in, it'll project copper to silver. The next quicksilver will spawn in and project silver to gold, and then quicksilver spawns in. So it's putting the quicksilver input directly on the projector will mean that unless you do some other clever stuff around it involving bonding or something, the quicksilver will be trying to project as fast as possible 2 times per second until you remove the projectable metal or until the projectable metal turns into gold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
classic,
go ahead.
I need to project once problem. Yeah, Kazian. There, yeah.
JPIV asks, how do you plan out overlap? And I think this might be a good opportunity to do a little digression, because I planned out this stream to follow the classic 3-act structure. Act 1, we warm up with some simple puzzles, and we do a little tutorial on overlap. Building up tension for Act 2, where we look at, of course, Icelandic lava salt. And then Act 3, the tension is resolved in the denouement when we look at a custom overlap puzzle that you've volunteered to solve on stream. And I felt like this might be a good opportunity to divert into more of an explicit overlap tutorial, where you walk me through what's going on. Now, I'm going to jump out of this moment. So you told me ahead of time, when we spoke previously, that, of course, I'm using modded Opus Magnum, which we're not going to tutorialize, but you told me with the FTSIGCTU patch, settings, wait, where's the mod settings? Here, okay. You told me to enable the various part placement settings. So this is things that is letting me put down multiple copies of inputs. And it says, allow duplicate inputs, outputs, allow multiple disposals, multiple burlows. And this is also... Oh, and then part editing settings is for stuff like disjoint track you told me about. And... I don't think any of these others we need to look at right now. Actually, also, when I first messaged you, I didn't realize you were the author of this mod and several other mods. So that was interesting. And
I'm the mod author for FTSIGCTU. No official pronunciation.
I
absolutely butchered spelling like Benedict Cumberbatch.
I do not promise to ever remember how to say it. I apologize. Okay, so...
You type in Discord and say, hey, how do I install the FlimTintifer mod? And everyone knows what you're talking about.
Okay, so maybe we can illustrate what you were saying about the 2 things per cycle. So here I have 1 Quicksilver and an input. And my understanding is that you just... Okay.
Yep.
Nothing going on weird here at all. Okay. So the Quicksilver is sitting directly on top of the projection input. And the ornament... So is it that if there's a stack of multiple things, you always grab the thing on bottom?
Yes.
That's what it looks
so
like.
So you will grab the bottommost thing you could grab on that hex.
Okay. Now if I hit tab... yes, it projected twice and made gold.
Yep.
But let's see. So now you have instead of a projection glyph, you have a bonder. So if I put a bonder there, then they are bonded as expected.
Yep.
And if I move that away, because I did a.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So
just shift the instructions of 2 to the right by 1.
Or we can just not have arm 1 do anything. Okay. So then I need to unbond it, and it didn't project. Okay, so it projects the next cycle, which is what I see happens as well in your solve.
Yep.
Okay. This overlap business is remarkably easy. How could it be difficult at all? Yeah, why don't you... So JPIV is asking how you plan overlap and does it always go next cycle. So maybe that was a question for you.
So Grimmy has a write-up that is a lot more in detail about how overlap works. I do not remember exactly where he's posted it. I'm pretty sure that it's in the pins on the Opus Magnum channel.
I have a link to it, which I'm going to dump somewhere.
Okay.
Because I have seen this before.
Useful links. Overlap theory by Grimmy. Yep. So it is accessible through the pins on the Opus Magnum channel in the unofficial Zectronics Discord. I do not know, like, that is a better write-up than what I internally use in my head. I've just done overlap a lot. But, okay, so how would I go planning something? Most of the time, if I'm doing overlap stuff, I'm not doing a ton of bonding and unbonding wizardry. So, like, I don't remember who made it, but someone made a really cool overlap solve where they're using triplex bonds to conditionally duplicate stuff.
Oh.
That might have been for, like, proof of completeness, where they're using triplex bonds to say, because this is triplex bond, it doesn't output at this exact moment, so that it exists on the next half cycle, we do a bunch of unbonder shenanigans, and now it outputs, and then with like that extra half step delay lets you duplicate it in a different way than it would have done the first time. That kind of overlap stuff I haven't done a ton about, but like when how do I plan an overlap solve? JPIV says, placing an overlap seems like such a pain since clicking anything changes the order. Yep, that is one of the things that is annoying. Basically, what I have to do is I have to plan ahead really good, and I'll write. Usually, what I do is I think about like what order of operations do I want, and then I place the glyphs in the order I want them to fire. Because the glyphs will fire from back to front, if you imagine that we're stacking glyphs on top of each other all the time.
Like it seems like the very first glyph you put down is the back. So the glyphs fire in the order you put them down.
Yep. If you don't rearrange the order, they'll fire in the way they go down.
So let's see if I can.
And so,
yeah.
There's a lot of overlap solves I've done where I place everything from back to front in one go, and if I mess it up or realize I forgot something, I delete everything I placed and restart from the beginning because
yeah. So here,
so actually, this is demonstrating that back to front behavior. Reagents don't matter as much for back to front behavior because all inputs will spawn before any glyph fires. Order of inputs only matter if you're overlapping reagents on the same hex, which we can talk more about in a minute. But yeah, what's happening here is a good demonstration of the projector that's on the bottom will try to take the quicksilvers first. And so the atom on the right, or the one atom will project completely before the other atom starts projecting at all.
Right, and I find interesting you can see there's the 2 half cycles for each cycle, and the projector that's on bottom beats the projector that's on top in both of those half cycles. So the full stack of all the glyphs are firing in both half cycles, and in both cases the bottom glyph fires before the top glyph.
Yep.
And as I'm switching on which one is in the bottom. Okay. I don't see any other questions, so why don't we move on? I thought while we were in Tinsel land, we look at... I just wanted to quickly look at the P-OLAR Express again. I don't have any questions about this because I was delighted sufficiently the first time I presented this on stream. I just wanted to see if you had anything to add that you want to talk about.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, this is of course, the period 2 solution you had to Tinsel.
Sorry, say that again.
This is the period 2 solve you made for Tinsel.
Yep. I guess my only comment would be, God, I wish I could. The arm at the bottom that holds the rotated pairs. God, I wish it didn't take so long for it to catch up because, like, you can like if you were to run it again, like all of the pieces exist really early, and I just need to fucking get everything lined up at the end. And so it's like everything exists at like cycle 100, and then I faff about for 200 cycles to get everything lined up correctly.
Okay, so here we are after everything is rotated appropriately on cycle 114. Actually, earlier than that.
Yep.
And then all of these zigzags is to make time for arm 19, it looks like.
Yep.
But arm 19 takes not the cleanest route either. I guess those are... You're interacting with the bonders and stuff.
Those weird bends in the track there are it debonding material off of the bottom arm to join it to material on the top arms.
Yeah. I was also amused when I was looking through your previous solves, you had another solve that was train themed. I don't remember which one it was. But you had, in the instruction tray, you made it look like a train or something. I don't know if you remember the solve I'm talking about.
I do not know.
Okay. Well. And another non-overlap one. This was one of your first place victories. I'm assuming the metric, from the looks of things, is height something. So the goal is... Height cycles gold. So the goal is for waste reclamation to make 6 of each of these outputs using these inputs, each of which has 6 salt atoms, and a Mohr's, which is useless. And as I recall, most everyone had a little bit of difficulty getting rid of the Mohr's. And you did not have this difficulty.
Right. Most everyone working on this for height, they took one input and they used that to make 2 outputs. So they would grab one input and they would put fire, air, earth, water onto it, split that apart, make the 2 outputs and an output. And something that I realized when working on my solves is like, debonding everything up in the front is like, I have, it's, if I try to cram 2 outputs onto the same input in this way, like I need to spend a lot of time with the Burlow.
Right. Everyone's favorite height 3 mechanic.
Yeah, but like if I use one Burlow input on each molecule, I can like buddy dupe it to everything else while I'm trying to shift that material out of the way. And doing this can actually be helpful because I can assemble the molecules in the way that I do here, of like I assemble them in rows and then get rid of the bonds in the rows, bond everything in the columns, and then output columns.
And did this?
And then,
sorry, go ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
Did this idea come to you as a flash, just a complete idea one day, or did you spend a long time hunting around for things and gradually refined until you ended up here?
My first solve, I think, my first solve, the left part looked kind of similar. I had the Burlow to the left of the input. But that first solve I made, I had dupe an earth, dupe an air, dupe a water, dupe a fire, and then I think I buddy duped the earth and the air as the left. I think it was a flash of inspiration of, oh wait, I could build it in columns instead of rows. And then and then it was just trying to implement the idea.
Right.
Was where a lot of, I think the idea came in a flash of inspiration, and then it just came down to implementing the idea. I do remember during that week I was working on this a long time because I was like, oh man, this is going to be like a good 5th place solve. I just need to get a couple more cycles out of it, and I just couldn't. And then I got first anyway, and I was like, that was a nice surprise. But
and then and then what you did with the Mohr's, I mean, it comes so naturally once you have the basic idea of working in columns instead of rows. But then the Mohr's just naturally land on the input. It's so nice.
It was a good coincidence of like, oh, if I make all 6 of them at once, I can just put the waste Mohr's on it, and because I don't need the output there anymore.
Okay. Shall we? So I saw JPiv is asking about overlap mechanics a bit. I was going to move on to rust removal OI, and I'm just going to hope that this is a good demonstration of answering JPiv's question, but I suspect it isn't. So I'm just going to say, for rust removal, the goal is to build this polymer of whatever metal this is, copper. And the inputs look like these things. And it just kind of works. I don't know. So, do you have any comments about JPiv's question? Do you have any comments about rust removal?
Yeah, start the solve again. I want to carefully watch the Quicksilver glyphs here.
Right.
So JPiv asked you, so bonders do fire at the same time as other glyphs. All glyphs ever fire in their order from back to front. Technically, what that order is that the game internally has a big old list of parts, and it just goes from the top of the list to the bottom. This is the same list that is used to draw them, so that's why they visually go back to front and then fire back to front, is the same list as being used for both of those. Bonders do fire at the same time as other glyphs, but the reason why you can't debond a Quicksilver and then use that to project immediately on the same half cycle is that, so this is getting more into the implementation details, but when you start a half cycle, there is a list of there's a list of molecules that the game says, these molecules are the molecules on the board. And then there is also a list of molecules that the game says, these are molecules that grippers have dropped, so these might go through conduits. And those, so that list we'll address later. But this first list of, these are the molecules on the board, when reagents create, when the input glyphs create a molecule, they'll add the molecule to this list. Debonders do not, it does not work quite the same way for debonders. So for example, the iron Quicksilver, this molecule's on the board. Then the debonder will fire. The debonder takes that molecule and deletes it. That molecule does not exist on the game board anymore. But it uses the information of it to create two or more, if you're doing quantum bonds. It will apply the debond operation to that molecule, and you result in two or more completely new molecules that didn't exist a second ago as far as the game code is concerned. These molecules, I don't think they get added to the list right away. So when you run the projector doesn't see that Quicksilver exists yet until the next half cycle when everything gets tallied and stuff.
I see. So it unbonds right away, but is not available for consumption by the projection glyph until the next cycle because there's some internal representation that's not been updated.
Right. And again, some of these aspects about how overlap works is just my vibe of how I've experienced this. Grimmy's write-up is better for being technically correct because they have actually sat down and looked at code, I think, and have studied this a whole bunch. This is my understanding of the internal representation does not correctly reflect the fact that there's a Quicksilver here now. It is here, but it's not on this list, which is the list that the projector checks.
I think I may have successfully recreated your solve using it as a template, although I can see there's been a few minor... I must have the glyphs in a different order than you, because I noticed, for example, in this cycle where I paused, I have bonds on the bottom that you don't have, so I must have done the bonder earlier or later or something. And
it might also just be the order that things are in, because is my original the one on the bottom?
The original's on top, so I was trying to make a copy of it below by just plopping down glyphs in whatever order. I didn't really think about the order I put them in, and it just kind of worked. But I could see the shape of where the two inputs were, so I put down unbonders along those two inputs. I put the projection glyphs in the obvious locations, and then left over are two irons, which... This is really a beautiful setup, how you can just change it all into 3 coppers in a row. Yeah. Okay, well, rust removal is pretty cool. Let me delete all my changes. And I wanted to look at Fulmination. Now, you sent me 2 copies of Fulmination. I believe the one on the left, Finally True Latency, is the version you submitted.
Yep.
So why don't we start with
that's
that?
the one that appeared on stream.
Now,
Yeah, that's why I included both.
And you made the better one later?
Yeah, that one was either... I don't remember exactly what it was. It was either I made it like a week after, or it was I made that later during the same week, but decided this one was more entertaining to put on stream. Or maybe I just forgot to submit the second one, but...
So, I can see the output shape here. I can see the fiery input here, and 4 copies of the salt input are placed in a way suspiciously like you would have anemismus here and here, with the Moors going, with the vitae going straight into disposals, which of course we don't need any vitae in the output. So that much is clear, and the rest, I'm going to tab through, and there's only one arm. So this is mostly glyph auto magic.
Yep.
So I see the vitae have not yet been... I'm on cycle 1.
Yep.
The vitae are not yet disposed, but I don't see where the Moors went.
The Moors immediately got sucked into the molecule we're building and has already outputted.
I see. Products 1 out of 12.
Yeah. When you hit that first tab, you should hear a clunk of it outputting.
I don't think I have.
The Moors have already been sucked into the output.
I am not going to mess with the audio setup in an effort to get the game audio, so we're just going to live without it. But yes, I see we are at products 1 out of 12, and this explains...
First products already out, mid-latency achieved, with hacked-in extra inputs and disposals.
Explains the title, True Latency. Okay, so that means I'm guessing there were additional salt inputs on the 2 sort of shoulders of the output, and those must have been duped from fire and triplexed all the way in like 1 half cycle or something.
Yep.
And then where does the gold come from? I see a flash of metal.
Yeah. So there is one of the fire iron inputs.
One of them.
Iron is the iron is there in the center. And then so like if you look at the output molecule, the gold is bonded to fire, and salt. And yep, there it is.
That was not what it was so well hidden. I wasn't expecting it.
And we are projecting the iron to gold. We have 2 projectors, and there are 2 quicksilver inputs.
Okay, it looks like the quicksilver inputs are here.
Yeah. So if you tab through, you can see that one, and that one is working basically the way you would expect.
And here
is that it's double procking. Yeah, or there, I think. Yeah. So the quicksilver that's hidden under the Moors up top.
Yep.
That one is working in like the usual expected way. The quicksilver spawns.
Okay.
It immediately projects. The next half cycle, the quicksilver spawns and immediately projects.
So it contributes 2 projections to the iron, bringing it to silver.
Yep. The Moors then is also produced, but the quicksilver is already out of the way, so then the Moors bonds in and then goes into the output.
Right.
So that's why like the Moors isn't blocking it, and it's the Moors, like the Moors part happens to be functioning independently of the quicksilver in that hex.
Convenient.
The quicksilver hiding under the salt is a little more interesting.
Uh-huh.
So and we can show this with a quick demonstration to the side of the machine.
Sure.
But if you place a quicksilver input and a salt input on top of each other, when the game goes to spawn inputs, there's no inputs, there's no molecules there at all. So the salt and the quicksilver independently say, hey, there's an empty spot above me. Let's create an atom.
Right.
And now there is a salt and a quicksilver at the same hex. And so on the next movement cycle, which is also where the collision checks are ran, the game will say, hey, there's two atoms in the same spot, they're colliding with each other. And yes, that makes sense. But if we put that projector onto the iron and Quicksilver there,
right,
and then you run
it doesn't collide.
And that is because the inputs will spawn in a salt and a Quicksilver, and then later in the same half cycle, the projector sees, hey, there's a Quicksilver there, and it consumes it to project the metal. But the salt is still there, and so the Quicksilver input doesn't try to spawn a second one, because it's blocked. There's salt above me.
Right.
And so, like, because we can... So, like, we spawn both atoms at the same time, but in the same half cycle, I whisk one of them away, so we don't have the collision problem. And then, as this main side effect, we project once instead of twice.
That's very magical, actually. So, if I understand correctly, what's going on, where the Mors is output, the Mors is being produced by the anenismus in the second half cycle. So, the Quicksilver spawns in the first half cycle, is immediately consumed, spawns again in the second half cycle, is immediately consumed. So you get 2 Quicksilver from the upper right. And then in the right, the Quicksilver and the salt both spawn in the first half cycle. The Quicksilver is immediately consumed. In the second half cycle, the salt is still there, so no Quicksilver spawns. And in this way, you get exactly 3 Quicksilver to spawn, which is the right amount, no more, no less, to convert the iron to gold.
Yep, that's right.
Now, does it have to be there? So, like, if I put... I'm going to do a little test on the side, just to see what happens if I put the Quicksilver overlapping with the input. Interesting. Why does that fail? I was expecting that to succeed.
Try shuffling the order of the parts.
All right. It succeeded.
That may fix it.
Okay, so it didn't have to be specifically on the salt, but it had to be not on the Mors. Okay, then once cycle 1 is done, you have leftover 2 vitae, which are...
Okay, that's... Sorry, so the reason why shuffling the order of the parts made that work is, so the game is not designed for overlap. And that's reasonable, because when Zach and Co. made the game, they were like, yes, nothing, like, we're going to, like, they made a game intending for everything to be same.
Right.
So, for example, if you have 2 track pieces that overlap each other on an X, and you place an arm on top of it, the arm only sees the track hex that's at the bottom. So, like, yeah, if you do that, and then you put an arm there and you tell it to go forward plus, it should go bottom right. If you tell it to go minus, it should go top left. Yeah, so it only sees the hex at the bottom. Because that is the first hex it sees in that master list.
Mm-hmm.
The molecules that exist also have a similar thing. So, if you overlap the Quicksilver and the salt, and if you overlap the Quicksilver and the salt and put it on the projector, depending on whether the salt or the Quicksilver spawned first, will indicate whether the projector finds the Quicksilver first or not.
Oh.
So in one version, it'll say, let me look for an atom. Oh, this is a salt atom. That's not Quicksilver. And then it doesn't do anything.
Oh, so
but if you switch the order that they spawn in,
the glyph...
it sees the Quicksilver first and consumes it.
So it's not the Quicksilver looking for a glyph, it's the glyph is looking for a Quicksilver, and the first time it sees any atom, it stops checking.
Yeah. Because again, during normal sane gameplay, how many atoms are on a hex? 0 or 1. So if you find something, it works or it doesn't.
Okay.
The game, yeah, it's not expecting to, like, it's a lot more sane to stop checking once you failed on one thing, because, you know, overlap was not intended. So
Yeah.
The molecules also are back to front. But this matters way less most of the time because we can't overlap molecules most of the time.
Right, you have to consume them straight away.
Disable collisions would, yeah. Which is why you can see some interesting behaviors when you disable collisions via a mod. Because again, we were not intending things like that to happen.
Now, the fire iron, I can remember my metals, that's to the left. This just is thrown away, is that right? Nothing else special going on with that?
Yep.
Okay. Let's just see if there's anything different at your finally true min lane. Okay, so now instead of using a second fire input, you're using a salt, and you're going to duplicate it from one of the other fires.
Yep, exactly.
It is there is the downside with overlap that it is a little bit less pretty.
Yeah.
I like the overlap solves that some people make, where it's like pulling handkerchiefs endlessly out of a void, where
Yep.
you spin out massive flowers.
I'm thinking of, like, is it Biggie's? I think it's Biggie's overlap rate solve for precision machine oil. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, it's like it's pulling handkerchiefs out of the inputs and it's stuffing handkerchiefs into the outputs, and the inputs and outputs are overlapped each other. Oh, it's you can do some really funny shit. It's really fun it's very entertaining, very fun.
What a shame in this visual medium that we are not going to show it. Okay, I would like to level up our level of insanity and look at salt packaging LCD. I'm just trying to make sure we haven't skipped anything other than Icelandic lava salt, which is where we're going to end up. Salt packaging factory. Well, first, your 10,000 gold solution. Which is a portrait of Antaeus. And
JPIV, the smaller version of the fulminating gold solve was the one where it was basically the same, but I got rid of the arm. Because on that solve I realized, this atom could be a salt that I duplicate onto instead of a fire.
all right.
Yep.
And now we have the friendly portrait of Antaeus, which was the only thing to entertain the audience in the long, I was going to say interlude, the long prelude to the stream where the audio is completely screwed up. Still is a little screwed up. No, Salt Packaging Factory, this was the shitpost aesthetics from the weeklies of either, was it 2023, I think. So everyone pulled out all the stops in terms of making their nonsense. I kind of like the simplicity of just having a portrait. The actual products and reagents don't matter at all. But we're going to liminal cardinal display, or LCD. Let's zoom in. See, I'm spoiling what we're going to see for the rest. And I'm just going to show what the main effect is. And then we can discuss into how it's accomplished. The main effect is you have a 7-segment display that counts 0 through 9 in different cardinals. And I'm used to a world of Opus Magnum where arms manipulate atoms and not just atoms do whatever the hell they want, which appears to be the world we're living in right now.
Yep. So let's see. So this is the part where we start talking about conduit cloning, or what I love to call clonduit. I don't remember who came up with the term, but I love it. So, if you remember, earlier in the stream, I was talking about how the game says, here's a list of all the molecules on the board. But there was also, here's a list of all the molecules that were dropped by a gripper. They might go through conduit. Clonduit takes advantage of this fact, of that there's these two separate lists, and that glyph firing doesn't treat this correctly. It overlap. So let's go all the way to the left, actually.
All right.
Because the stuff you see here is just the normal interactions of conduit or of conduits in overlap. But here is where the clonduit magic happens. So you can see here that we create a Earth atom here, and that we're doing a bunch of we're like, why are we grabbing and dropping? And there's a lot of bonding, unbonding animations that are happening. So clonduit is another thing that I've kind of gotten an intuition for. Oh, who wrote up a better description of what's going on? I do not recall. But basically the idea here is that Arm 8 drops the salt it's holding. And so the game says, oh hey, here is a salt atom that was dropped. We might need to send this through a conduit. And in the turn, and it is the same. So that salt atom appears in that list.
Okay.
That same molecule with the salt atom appears in these are molecules that exist on the board. And the atoms listed in those lists are references to the same molecule object. And when I say object, I mean in the object-oriented programming sense.
Okay.
There's one thing that represents this molecule with a salt atom, and this thing is referenced to. There are references to this thing in both lists. There's a reference in the glyphs that exist on the board list, and there's a reference in the things that were dropped by a gripper list.
I admit I wasn't expecting the stream to become so programming intensive, but I guess this is building up the tension for Act 2.
Yes. So references. There are two references to this object, one in each list. The bonder and the debonder there. So you can see that the conduit is on top. So between the bonder, the debonder, and the conduit will fire last.
Okay.
And this is important. Okay, I believe bonder is on bottom.
I'm going to pull out. So I'm just going to interrupt. The bottommost is a bonder. The next is an unbonder. The next is a conduit, and that's everything.
Yep. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So this is where it's going to dive deep into the code again. So,
okay.
So the gripper drops, and so that molecule is now on both lists. There's a reference to that molecule in both lists. The bonder acts, and it says, "Oh, hey, there's a molecule here, and there's a molecule there, and they're different molecules. So I'm going to combine them into one molecule."
Mm-hmm.
When it does this, the molecule contains a list of atoms and the hexes they're on. It contains a hex to atom dictionary, and it also contains a list of bonds. And so when it combines the two, it'll say, okay, that molecule, get it out of here, but I want to keep the dictionary in the list. And so I'm going to take all the atoms that exist here, and I'm moving them into this new molecule, and I'm going to take all the atoms from this one and move them into this molecule. And I'm going to take the bond lists, and I'm going to merge them.
Actually, I have an idea. Why don't we look at luster? that might be an easier way to see what you're talking about. Because I recall this one also has some kind of cloning going on. Let me just skip past the setup.
So this one has a bunch of overlap, but yeah, the clone to it is the key part.
Okay, alright, okay, so here we have one, whatever this is called, quintessence became 2 quintessence.
Yep. So the bonder fires. It says, "Oh, there's a quintessence in a tin here. We're going to make a tin quintessence atom." It destroyed the reference in that list to the molecule because we have used it, we have consumed it in a sense to bond it to the tin. But the reference to that molecule still exists in the other list.
The clone dropping list. Sorry, the conduit dropping list.
Yep. So the bonder deletes the reference, and then the debonder debonds it again, and that's mainly so we can do this again on the next cycle. We got rid of the reference in the "here are the molecules on the board" list, but the reference to that molecule still exists on the "conduits might move these" list. So the conduit checks that list and says, "Hey, look, there's a molecule in this list, a quintessence single atom. That can go through here," and it moves it through. And what the conduit, if I recall, what the conduit will do is remove it from the first list if it exists, but it already doesn't, so nothing happens. And then it'll create it on the other side. So the molecule object is left, the molecule object has never been deleted or removed or anything. Its reference showed up in 2 places, and because it showed up in 2 places, you now have this molecule has now been magicked into 2 distinct molecules on the board.
I see.
Or at least what appear to be 2 distinct molecules.
Foreshadowing.
They're more related than you think, but yeah.
We'll get to your foreshadowing once we finish looking at luster. So, does this loop forever? Or does the setup eventually...
This loops.
Okay.
This loops forever. This is a looping solve.
Yeah, so at the beginning, this creates 1 quintessence, which is about to happen right here. So it has 1 quintessence and 1 tin. And then rather than putting any amount of effort into making more quintessence and tin, you just endlessly copy these to the right chamber where you make output, and then shuffle the excess atoms around forever. Pretty cool solve. But let's go back to LCD. Oops. What was it? Salt packaging? Okay. And now it left. So we have the same thing going on, but rather than in a production chamber, we have conduits. Is it many conduits or just the 1 conduit? I guess there's some bigger conduits.
There is 1 conduit that's doing conduit magic. All the other conduits are just a convenient way of moving a shit ton of stuff around really fast.
So we have the salt, and it is making earth atoms... Where? Here.
The Earth?
In the far right.
Yeah, so the Earth... Yeah, the Earth happens over there. And that's actually the first hint that something weird is happening with the conduit, because when we send the salt through, you can see the Earth on that the salt atom on the input side turns into Earth, but that duplication happened on the output side.
Oh, that's a very interesting point. So if we restart...
Restart and go to where that is.
There is no obvious source of Earth at the left.
It became Earth somehow. Mysterious.
And the answer is it became it at the right. And did you do that just because having Burlow at the right was just easier than at the left, where it was more crowded?
Yeah, I just had more space over here. It's basically I had it over here instead of there. But so now we get to the part where we explain why this atom became Earth, which is the same explanation for why the display works in the way at all of like how can we have a spooky action at a distance. So many quantum like the first time that something called quantum could actually be quantum. Literally. So we have a molecule. It shows up in both lists as references. The atoms in the molecule definition are also objects in the object-oriented programming sense. So when the bonder creates the new molecule with the bonded atoms, it is copying atom references to create the new molecule. And when the debonder splits stuff, it is using atom references to make the new molecules.
And it's so fortunate that the atom object doesn't know its location, right? Because if the atom object knew its location, then rather than copying, you'd be teleporting.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So so like when you look on the inside of the molecule has a bunch of atoms and a bunch of hexes and a bunch of bonds. And there's a hex atom dictionary where at this hex there's this atom. And that atom will have an atom type, and it may also have like a animation if it's duplicating or projecting or calcifying. And there's like one or two other small pieces of information. But the key point is that a molecule, like we reference a molecule, the molecule has an hex index atom dictionary, and that the atoms are references, and that atoms inside them contain an atom type, which is a struct.
Right. Rather than an int or something like that.
Right. The bonder creates a new molecule, but it uses references to the same atoms. So we now have as far as the game can tell, we have two distinct molecule objects. The references are different. They are literally different integers, these references. But inside these molecules exist atom references that are referring to the same atom object. So, if you cloned with this 7 times, you now have 7 atoms that are in different hex indexes, but they reference the same atom object. So if you duplicate one of them, they all duplicate, because they are all referencing the same atom object that turned from salt to earth.
Where here by duplicate you mean copy cardinal type, not clone.
Copy cardinal type, yes.
Because we have multiple slightly overloaded words.
Yep. Yeah. But, so that's why on the left we have one atom for every segment of the display. And when calcifying and recardinalizing those atoms on the left, doing that also calcifies and recardinalizes an entire segment of the display. Because although these 7 to 9 atoms are in different hex indexes, they reference the same atom object, and that single object is what is getting calcified and duplicated.
Now, I was looking at the very far right, where the 7 segments are originally built. I noticed when each segment is built, only the first atom in the segment is duplicated. The others appear as the correct cardinal. And that's because they are all the same atom internally. So the first atom is cloned over as a salt, is duplicated into earth, and then the other atoms in the same segment are duplicated are duplicates of the already duplicated Earth, are clones of the already duplicated Earth. So they just appear instantly as Earth rather than salt turning into Earth.
Yep.
And then just to the left, I just wanted to go over this. I was looking at this earlier. This, of course, is the framework. And as far as I can tell, nothing too crazy is going on here. Other than the crazy amounts of overlap everywhere. You're not doing any weird cloning stuff. It's just you're making the framework and passing it over into the middle. And then behind here are all of the... Oh, there's bonds over here. Oh, okay, so you bonded together the things in the different segments. Okay.
Yeah. All the bonds here are for visual aesthetics.
Right. Which is why you see some bonding action when... Okay. That's pretty cool. Do you want to say anything else about LCD, or are there any other questions in the chat about LCD?
I don't think I have any other specific comments for this solve.
I have.
So I guess it'll just be up to if the chat has questions.
I do have one question or comment, which is, aren't 7-segment displays not LCDs? I thought LCDs... Okay, are 7-segment displays made with LCD technology?
Yeah, the 7-segment display thing is separate from the LCD. So normally LCD means like something crystal display.
Liquid crystal display.
Yeah, liquid crystal display. So the LCD part of that is just, this is a technology that lets me have black spots here and not black spots there.
Okay,
and then the 7-segment display is just, I arrange the LCDs in this arrangement.
Right. Okay, I think we've looked at everything except for Icelandic lava salt. A notoriously challenging puzzle, which if no one else has seen before, is you have to turn this molecule at the bottom into this molecule at the top. So this was the... this was a few years ago, I think. I don't remember. And do you have a preference between... I think we should look at the machine that has programming in it. And this was sort of my main motive to talking to you, because this is less daunting than the first time I looked at it. Because the first time I looked at it, I was like, just the disjoint track is fearsome. But now I feel
you're not wrong.
A little less... yes, Jacob. A little less scared of what we're looking at. This is the whole machine. I'm going to start it running, and I have a few comments prepared about the brainfuck language. But before we get to that, maybe you can give just a big picture, high level. What was the whole idea? What is this machine for?
Okay. So, and so I'll also do a quick history of the weekly itself.
Oh, excellent.
So first off, I'll mention this machine doesn't use CloneDoit. It uses disjoint track. It overlaps parts. It has multiple disposals and inputs and burlows. But like all of these game mechanic components we have already discussed in the stream. So like that's why all those other examples were kind of leading up to this. Of like this is all tech we have seen before. We're just now combining them into this monstrous machine. What's it for? That's what it makes. So the weekly puzzle was turn stabilized fire into Icelandic lava salt. It was the last puzzle of the weeklies that year, and so that's kind of reserved for here's like a dead brain simple puzzle, but this gives you a chance to be creative, be wacky, make something elegant, make something beautiful, make something atrocious, make something shitposty. And so before that weekly had come out, I had been bouncing in my head the idea of making a brainfuck machine. More technically, make a P-prime machine, which is basically brainfuck, but there's no input-output commands. You just create the input at the start of the program, and then the output is just whatever's left on the tape. So a little bit easier because I don't have to worry about how do I input or output an entire data cell at once. But I'd been kind of bouncing around in my head. Oh, it'd be fun to make a brainfuck machine. That'd be kind of wacky. We have overlap, so that can make some things easier. And then later I was like, oh, we have a monster track that might be able to make some things easier. And so I'd been kind of wishy-washy, been thinking about it, slowly putting time into it, not getting any serious work done on it because it was just like a whimsical idea. And then that weekly came out, and I looked at it, and I thought, maybe I could do it. Maybe I could. That would be the shitpostiest shitpost ever. Of just, here's a fucking Turing complete machine to turn stabilized fire into stabilized fire, but with fancy branding. And so I'll get into it. Some ideas I had for this machine I had been thinking about for a while already. Most of this machine was slapped together in that week, and working on this, and also, fun fact, working on the solve is what got FTSIGCTU updated to versions 0.3.2 and 0.3.1 and 0.3.2. Because I was like, man, it'd be nice if I had extra burlos. New feature update, you can have multiple burlos. Oh man, it'd be nice if I could easily have multiple inputs and disposals. New feature update, you can have multiple inputs and disposals. It's like there's a lot of updates to the mod that week in order to make it easier for me to work on the solve. So, sort of a quick overview of the machine is that there's the three large boxes. There's a box top left, there's a shorter, wider box top right, and then there's a box bottom center. The top left box stores the data on the tape. That's where this cell has the number 3 or the number 10. I'm going to move one cell to the left. I'm going to move one cell to the right. That data is stored in the top left. That's basically the only part of the machine that I had already been thinking about before making the solve. The top right makes the program tape. It also reads off the program tape to decide what to do that computation step. And then the bottom box is used to keep track of the left and right brackets of the language, which correspond to if this data cell is empty, move to the it's the what's the name for it? It's the instructions of the language that let you do conditional looping.
Right.
So that bottom box handles the conditional looping of parts of the tape. That's kind of the really broad overview of all the different parts.
Okay. Yeah, so this is a computer in a box. And the brainfuck language, of course, is meant to be... it's a joke language, fundamentally, in that no one would ever code real software in it. But it is also nice in that it is Turing complete, so it can do arbitrary computational tasks, and it is also extremely simple, so it's quite easy to write an implementation of brainfuck. And when you're trying to write implementation of something in Opus Magnum, you want it to be something very easy to implement, because if this is how hard it is to make brainfuck in Opus Magnum, then trying to write a C compiler in Opus Magnum would be inconceivable.
Yeah.
So it is a joke language, but it's also genuinely useful for these things, like demonstrating Turing complete capacity in Opus Magnum. And I infer from the comments that brainfuck does not need much introduction. but nonetheless, I will give it some introduction. So I'm going to dearly hope that pressing this does not kill our audio. I'm okay, and people will just have to tell me if audio is lost. So I wrote up very hastily a brainfuck interpreter of my own this time, but I did it in Python, which is considerably easier than Opus Magnum. So it's shown here. This is brainfuck contains running a program in brainfuck contains two things. It contains an instruction tape, which is a sequence of instructions that holds the program you're running, and it contains a register tape, which are values that hold state related to the current state of the executing program. So on left we have the instruction tape. In the instruction tape we have 6 different characters here. And then on right we have the register tape, which contains, it might be integers, non-negative integers, I'm not 100% sure. So we're going to ignore the square brackets at first. But what each of the things do is extremely simple. So plus takes the, and also I have labeled instruction tape and register tape pointers, because there is a current location on each tape. That is the only location that matters. So there's no action at a distance in this language because it's local, and that's very nice for Opus Magnum, because everything you can do in Opus Magnum, unless you're cheating really badly with conduits, is local. You can only, like, things can only edit things that are near each other. So sorry, keep going. So plus increments the current register. So we go from 0 to 1. That's pretty simple. We're going to ignore the square brackets for now. Minus decrements the current register. So the 1 goes back to 0. And greater than and less than shift the pointer to the right. And so the register pointer is only moved in response to the greater than and less than instructions. And the instruction pointer, it just goes to the right one instruction every single execution cycle. So now we are on the second spot, and we increment once and then twice, and then we go to the left. And now the square brackets start mattering. So the square brackets have to be paired in the same way you pair parentheses normally. And each such matching pair of brackets forms a loop. And the loop continues as long as the thing being pointed at is non-zero. Right now the thing being pointed at is 0, so the loop is done. It completes the loop. It goes to the right. Now we have a greater than, so it goes to the right, and now we have a loop. We're pointing at something non-zero, so we enter the loop. We subtract 1, go to the left, add 1, go to the right. The 1 is non-zero, so we do the loop. And we subtract 1, go to the left, add 1, go to the right. Now the thing being pointed at is 0, so we finish the loop. Now we go to the left. The thing pointing at is non-zero, so we continue the loop, and then we repeat. Now, and this continues. In this case, this program never reaches the end of the tape. It will go forever. And has anyone figured out, give or take the stream delay, what this program is computing? That question is open to you as well. But I guess you are suffering from stream delay just as much as everyone else is.
I've got it figured out as well.
Okay.
It is, so that first plus sticks a 1 in the first data cell, and then every loop of the big loop will double the value of that first cell.
Right. The first inner loop, it subtracts
powers of 2.
Yeah. Exactly. It subtracts the first thing once, it adds to the second thing twice, so the second register becomes twice as big as the first register once. I have another...
Can you edit this? You can edit that.
Yeah. Is there something you want to...
There's a part of it that moves the contents of one cell to the left.
Okay.
And I just wanted to see it run, except not doing that. So you take the contents of the cell and you double it and put it in the next cell, and then just move to the next cell and then start from there.
You want it to go successively to the right.
Yeah, so it'll be powers of 2, and also it walks to the right.
Yes, I will make that change. But first, I had a slightly more complicated brainfuck machine for people to figure out what is going on. And JPIV has it right away. There's Fibonacci numbers. And this time I am walking the Fibonacci number thing to the right.
Yeah. That's so cool. That does make sense, though, because then you can look at the tape and just read the numbers from left to right. Yeah, as
you might guess, I did the power of 2 first, and then I was like... Then I sort of had a thought much like you had it. Like, wait, it'd be nice to see the whole thing. Right. But let me try making the change you suggest. So you get rid of this... and then I just go to the right once, and then that's it. Yeah. We'll find out if that works. It might not. Oh, looks good to me. So yeah, now we walk flip powers of 2 to the right. I guess you are still admiring the number 4 coming up.
Yeah.
Okay. And of course, I have your code. Now, and I'm going to walk through that step by step. Whoops. There's a reason I made that argument. So this is your code, and I read it off of the Atom tape, which we'll get to in a bit. But was there any particular motivation behind the program you wrote? Because it is certainly an unbalanced program.
Right. I wanted to... I don't know. I just wanted to... The program in particular is... It has a part where I need to create the inputs on the tape, and then there's also a part where I process them using the quote actual part of the program. Because something this doesn't have that Brainfuck does is that Brainfuck does have a command for take a input number and stick it in the cell.
Right.
And then the corresponding take this number from the cell and output it. And this language doesn't have that. So if you want to create the inputs for a program to run on, you need to write a sub-program to generate the inputs on the tape and then stick them out.
Yeah, but in this case, your Sorry?
I also thought that run the program 3 plus 8, I thought would also be like a good, just like a simple demonstration of like, this is actual code that I want to run, and then this is what it winds up turning into when you translate it to Brainfuck, and then this is what the machine looks like when you run that code.
With your implementation, the code that makes the input 3 and 8 is considerably more complicated and longer than the code that does the addition. The addition is done by the square brackets that we are currently pointed at. All it does is subtract the 8 times and add it to the 3 8 times. And then there are some instructions at the end that are kind of no-op-y. So now we do the actual addition. Oh, actually there's the 3 onto the 8. I didn't realize. So that's the whole program. It's 78 cycles. It's 78 Brainfuck cycles long, but it's going to be a little bit slower when we look at the machine. I think, shall we return to Opus Magnum?
Yeah.
Transition, and we're going to hope that is Opus Magnum. Now, I'm just going to go through the input, because the input is the part I kind of understand. Here we are making a bunch of salt atoms, but we duplicate some of the salt atoms into fires, and waters. And this is the program tape that we were looking at earlier. And once the program tape is completed, and then is brought down, am I paused? Yeah, I paused, okay. And brought down, so what we see in here is the patterns of salts, fires, and waters represent the brainfuck instructions. And I assume that if you implemented your program correctly, that you can put down whatever valid sequence here and it will faithfully execute the brainfuck instructions. Since there are more than 3 brainfuck instructions, there's 6 that we care about. Plus, minus, greater than, less than, left square bracket, right square bracket. It's not one atom represents an instruction, it is pairs of atoms represent instructions. And so the first 2 and the last 2 are salts, and you said they do something, I was a little confused, but that's fine. And then the pairs, sorry?
So if we zip down to the end, go to the end of the program, atoms.
Right.
That is the start of the tape. And then way over here on the right is the end of the tape.
Mm-hmm.
The way that I have written, the way I've made, like, this is like a programmed version of the machine. The other solve that was visible in the solution chooser was the not yet programmed version of the machine. The 6 pairs of atoms on the end of the machine will always be the same. And that is, there's a couple reasons for it. One is it gives, it allows me to include examples of the instructions in the programming tape. In the programming tape, you can see in instruction for ARM 1, there's minus, plus, drop, pivot, grab, pivot. And each of those instructions are paired with a triplet of instruction columns. And those are included with the machine, so you can be like, well, I want to program my machine. I can just, like, copy-paste this chunk here and paste it there. I can copy-paste this chunk here and paste it there. So then, like, plus and minus are increment, decrement. The pivots are move the data pointer left and right.
That makes sense.
And then grab and drop are the left and right brackets.
Okay, so you're saying arms 1, 2, and 3 are the things you copy paste?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
And 4, okay. And then and you delineate the start of an actual instruction tape using your whatever clock instructions are called. So this is decrement, increment, open square bracket, close square bracket, shift left, shift right. Which all makes kind of sense.
Yeah.
Does ARM 1
when you look at the
actually
ARM 1 doesn't do anything? It's just there for visual.
Okay, yeah. So it sits there. I see. And then you did a bunch of copy paste to make out the instructions. So now we should be able to read it straight out. But this is in reverse order, right?
Correct.
So you have to read it from the right.
Yeah,
so it's plus plus left square bracket, shift to the right, plus plus left square bracket, shift to the left twice, something like that. I think I might have messed it up.
So you can. But ARM 1 is just ARM 1's like a comment tape. It makes it easier to see what 2, 3, and 4 are doing and group it all together and stuff.
That's a good idea. Okay. I think we're in your hands now for understanding what's going on. You did say earlier that the upper left is where the register tape is stored. So, and I figured out if there's only one atom, that represents a 0. And as we get sticks of fire atoms sticking up, this will represent registers with non-zero values.
Yeah.
But
this part of the machine's the easiest. This is the one that I thought about first. This is the most straightforward. The numbers are stored in unary. So like there's a row of fire there that's just like the scaffolding. And so the number of atoms in that column is equal to the number in that cell minus 1. So 1 fire atom is a 0, 2 fire atoms is a 1, and so on. And that makes it really easy to implement the increment and decrement operations, because if I want to increment, I just add a fire atom. If I want to decrement, I just subtract 1. If I want to check if the cell is 0 or not, I just check if there are enough fire atoms or not. Yeah, so that's probably the most straightforward. So as you tab through here, you can see ARM 10. ARM 10 is holding on to a 2-atom. ARM 10 is holding on to a salt at the moment. But that 2-atom pair is like, I'm not sure what an appropriate word for it would be. I'll just call it like a mutex.
Okay.
That is the thing that determines where computation happens next. If you follow that 2-atom pair, that will tell you what the tape reader is doing.
Okay.
So let's run another step.
I've been slowly typing through it, so I don't know if I'm too far ahead of you or not.
Sure, but ARM 12 duplicated a fire off of it, and that duplicated fire should travel somewhere, and I think that's what gets added to the data cell. Maybe it's also been a while since I looked at the session,
right.
So the very nitty-gritty details.
We're following ARM 12. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Maybe it duplicates from ARM 12 to another atom?
Yeah.
So now we're reading a left square bracket symbol.
Okay, we're reading the left bracket symbol, and if I remember correctly, bracket symbols, 12 interacts with bracket symbols.
Got it. Okay.
So I believe what will happen... So notice that ARM 10 isn't holding onto anything anymore, which means we're not going to run the tape until we're done processing the bracket instruction.
Because ARM 10 is the tape reader, so when ARM 12 pulls the dimer out of ARM 10's hand, then ARM 10 stops reading the tape at all. And that also is what advances the tape, right? Okay.
Yeah, when we're reading the tape in the normal way, that dimer is what lets it move forward in the normal read direction.
Okay, so now ARM 19 has it, and is going to dump it in a conduit, it looks like, and the conduit must go down here. So here is the tape.
Yeah, that conduit will now move to the bottom.
Okay, ARM 24 picks it up. Now this is hard because now it has to look for the matching bracket, right?
First, we first interpret whether it's a left bracket or a right bracket.
Okay,
and that's what this is doing.
By checking if the first atom is fire or water. Or the second atom is fire or water.
So it'll... Yeah.
Okay.
So it'll move that through, and then that sends it back, and then the grab timing... There was some grab timing there between 19 and 20, I think. So, when 20 grabs it, it's like, oh, there's nothing to do, just keep going forward. And then it gets into 10 right away.
Oh, is this checking whether, this is where it checks if the register is 0 or not?
Yeah.
So it's currently the register is currently pointing at a value of 2. Let's see if I can find that. Okay, here's the 2. It's the current register point. It checks if the current value is 0. If the current value is 0, it has to seek to the right square bracket. If the current value is non-zero, as in this case, the bracket is a no-op, and it proceeds to the next instruction. So now 10 reads the next instruction, which is a greater than sign, which is going to shift to the next register. Somehow. This is where you need to step in. Tell you how
Yeah, so we'll tab through. It should be... So when 10 brings it forward, the first that water atom isn't fire, so we didn't move it right away. But it also wasn't salt, so it didn't... So we can't duplicate fire onto it.
Oh, okay. That's how it tells.
11 doesn't shift it.
Okay.
So, because if 11 shifted it, it'd be like, oh, we need to do an increment-decrement. But I don't know, it's still left behind. 13 can grab it, and then 16 should send it through to the left side.
It's now going to split into two pieces. So 13, where I am on the stream, 13 is holding the water atom in the upper right segment, and 15 sent the fire atom through to where 32 can grab it. So let's just, now we have to track two things at the same time. I do not know where the conduit that 17, okay, so the atom that 32 is holding has flown up here. So this is now grabbing the next thing in the tape. I'm just trying to track what's...
Yep.
I have to track two atoms at a time. Why don't we zoom out through the amazingness of the zoom tool? So 12 brought over the next register, and then the water atom is still over here. Arm 32 is grabbing the current register and moving it to the left, while 29 finishes bringing in the next register and replacing the current register with the next register. Where did the water atom go? Is it this one?
The water atom... It looks like the water atom was used to do the... That... It, like, I don't know. There's also kind of a weird thing of, like, I've combined... Like, some of the actions apply stuff on different things. So, like, that's, like... That is stuff for increment-decrement, I think. Just trying to overlap some of the...
Oh, okay.
The arms do multiple things at the same time.
So that was probably not necessary for... And then I missed it. We have two fires in the middle, so...
It read a salt fire off of it, and that's an increment, I think.
It should be very easy to return to this spot pretty quickly. Okay, so here we have the greater than operation being processed.
Yeah, this should just increment the current cell.
Okay, and 0 becomes 1. Alright, now 10 is moving on to the next operation, which again is increment. This time I will follow it a bit more carefully than the last increment operation. So this is checking that the first thing is salt, which, because it's salt, means this is either increment or decrement. Kind of unclear to me.
Yeah, that is. If we increment, we need to add an atom to it. So I need to pull the new atom from somewhere.
I see. And it must be dumped in a conduit right there. It must be this conduit. And then it checks, was anything dumped? So adding is easy, because you just stick something under the stick and shift all the way up. Decrementing, which I'm hoping is coming up soon, seems a little harder. Okay, here we have the square bracket, so this is going to go to the bottom left. It's going to check if the current register is 0. It is non-zero, so it will do nothing. Can we figure out how it checks if the current register is 0? We must...
I believe at the... I want to say at the end of every operation, we check if it's 0 and we store that somewhere, so then I don't have to check directly the tape every time.
Okay.
I'm not sure where that would be stored though. But that can be stored as salt or fire. Because if there is a number there, it'd be fire, and if there isn't, it'd be salt.
Okay.
That actually would be a good way to simplify the machine using Conduit. Is the machine because you can use Conduit to make bit flags easy, because you can just access a bit flag anywhere.
Yeah, global state. Now, were you comfortable with Conduit? Did you know Conduit at the time you were making this machine?
I think Conduit happened after this machine was made.
Do you think if you were doing this today...
I would probably use Conduit to simplify some data around, because with Conduit you don't have to move parts around to transfer the parts around.
On the other hand, I do like all the disjoint track everywhere and the extensive use of conduits, which you need for this. In the absence of code. Okay, so now we're processing water fire, which I suspect means shift to the right. So we should see, once again, it grabs the next register and then it shifts all the registers over. And then disposes that. Okay. And then we shift to the right again. Okay. And now we are on increment. We're going to increment twice. And that means a new atom is going to show up and is going to push back the stick. And that happens. And I noticed this is a pretty fast loop. It's 24 cycles to do a single brainfuck operation, other than seeking, which takes longer than 24 cycles.
Yep. Take a look at the left, at the data cell. I mean.
Okay.
I don't know how many cycles ahead you are. Go back to the data cell.
Yep.
We just finished incrementing, but see that salt atom?
Yes.
Let's watch that salt atom for a bit. That might simply be to move. I think that might simply be to move, because when we add, we shift it to the far side of the bonder, but we want to bring it back into grabbing range.
So it's resetting the vertical position?
Yeah, but I think this is also functioning as this might also be functioning as the bit that checks if, because we brought that atom back, and that allows us to wand it in a way. If that atom didn't wand it, then that salt atom would still be on the left on that plus hex of track.
Right.
And so that would be checking if there's a 0 or non-zero value right there.
Yeah, that makes sense, because it bonds to the second atom in the stick, which is the one that represents the number 1 or higher.
Yep.
So if that bond is successful, then this is non-zero, and then the other operations that check for zeroness, namely the square brackets, test on that. Okay, and right now we are in the middle of executing water, which should be shift to the left. So we should see something show up in conduit 2, I think right now. So 32 shifts, to the right. So 32 shifts to the right, and 31 shifts to the left.
Yep.
And then, it flies along. I really like the shift operations. You can see how they are implemented. I mean, I don't want to say it's really obvious how they work, but you feel it actually moving all the registers.
Right.
And I noticed
the data cell tape is very, very physical in the way that it works. It's, we're going to shift a data cell. Shift everything, literally.
Yep.
It's very visual in how it works.
I can see the current state is 0, 2, 2, 0, 2, 0. And I also noticed you position this high enough that you can extend the cell as far as you'd like in each direction.
Yep.
Without colliding.
So that was some of the thoughts that I had when thinking about this the first time around. I was like, if I have overlapped inputs, that makes it really easy to extend farther to the left and the right, because if I'm extending to somewhere I haven't been before, then an atom will pop into existence, auto bond to it, and I'll automatically create the tape as I need it.
Now, we've yet to get to a right bracket instruction. I'm going to try to tap through kind of fast. So we're doing an increment right now, I think. Yeah, the 0 became a 1. And now we're going to shift to the left again. There we go. Okay, we're shifting to the left. But now it gets to be interesting because... Oh, no, we're doing a decrement. Okay, the decrement... Does the decrement test if it's 0?
Nope.
So what happens? What happens if it's 0?
0 decrements to 0.
Okay. So it doesn't kill the machine. I see. With the decrement operation, you are again bonding to the number 1. So you only actually remove an atom if there's at least 1. Okay. But right now, I see 10 has copied fire water. Fire water is the right bracket.
Yep.
So now we should get to see some seeking. So, okay. So 12 is checking if the first atom is fire, which means it's a square bracket of some nature. So now it is pulled out of 10's hands because we want to ignore the usual tape advancing mechanism to switch to the tape seeking mechanism. We clear out the fire, that doesn't matter. Okay, so 19 holds it. And then it goes over... we clear out the fire and replace the fire with fire? Again, I think that doesn't matter. All that matters is whether this is... whether 20 is holding a water or a fire. Passes through down here, through conduit 3. And here we test, is this a water atom or a fire atom? And since it doesn't bond to the fire that 24 is holding, it fails the test as a water, that means this is a right bracket. Okay, so 24 would pivot it right now if it were bonded. It failed to pivot it because it wasn't bonded because it was a water, because this is a right bracket. Okay, so now everything that's going on is right bracket stuff. What is this?
We have counted a right bracket. We want to find a left bracket. So the number of brackets to find is equal to 1. This down here is a counter that counts how many left and right brackets we have.
Okay.
So we have a right bracket, so it'll increment it in that direction on this next step here.
Actually, I'm going to switch to my Python code for a moment. Because maybe it's easier to understand what's going on in the Python code that people might find a little bit easier to understand. So, when I encounter a right bracket, if it's non-zero, if it's 0, you do nothing, you advance. If it's non-zero, you seek to the left until you find a matching left bracket. And I have a counter here that I've called depth, meaning how far deep into the nesting structure you are, that I increment every time I see a right bracket, and I decrement every time I see a left bracket. And once I hit 0, I know I've found the matching left bracket. This is the only remotely challenging part to implement correctly in Python because, the other stuff is kind of easy. But returning to, where is it? Returning to Opus Magnum. So you have to do something that effectively accomplishes the same logic.
Yeah. So you can think of this mechanism down here with the 2 disposals. You can think of it as a stack where I add a salt atom to the stack for every right bracket, and then I remove one for every left bracket. And then when the fire atom is back to center, that means I found the matching bracket.
Okay, so we tab through and find out. So it is off-center. It's shifted over by 1 because it found the right bracket. Is that right?
Yep. It just shifted. So the fire atom is no longer in the center, and so that means we need to keep going until we get it back to center.
Okay, so at some point it's got to test if that's a fire atom.
Yeah.
That must be what this is right now.
Yeah, it's just a simple duplication.
Okay.
So if you follow that salt dimer around, that will keep moving the tape around.
Okay, I'm going to see where that goes. Okay, so it's now flying away. It's doing some sort of test. It's testing if the duplicated atom is fire. Alright, it fails that test. Okay, and now it's returned to the instruction tape. It's bonded to the instruction tape, which means it's going to go to the left. To the right. I mispredicted that. I was just checking the comments. People are saying the audio only breaks in Opus Magnum and not on the terminal screen. I don't know.
I guess it's the difference between the two scenes in OBS.
I must have messed something up in this. I am sorry. Our audio is not ideal. Okay, so again, we're checking if it's a fire. It is not, so we're going to do the advancing tape thing again. And then at some point, it's going to encounter a bracket of some nature. Not yet.
That's why the starting part is a bit more complicated, because they could have simply done like 3 pluses and then 8 pluses.
Okay.
But I remember now that I wrote it this way to demonstrate the depth behavior. Because I don't think the addition part actually demonstrates it.
No, the addition part is a trivial loop.
Yep. So we create 3 and 8 on the tape in a complicated way to demonstrate that the brackets going forward and backwards work correctly.
Okay. Alright, we have encountered a right shift instruction. That's not going to do anything. Another right shift instruction. And now we should find a left bracket. Fire is left bracket. So, what happens? Well, that was magical.
So it detected that it was a shift, and it detected that it was it detected it was a bracket, and then it detected it was a left bracket, and then it moved it to, it conduited it over to here, because that was the simplest way I could think of to move it. Again,
Right.
a lot of this was very slapdash. That conduit doesn't even get a numeral.
Yeah. Also, is this the only bi-arm in the construction?
Probably.
I think it's the only non-monarm at all. I was so surprised to see a bi-arm that I thought it was 2 monarms overlapping each other. Which I'm pretty sure is illegal. Okay. So we saw...
It detected it was a left bracket. It has now moved it to that position on the left over there, so that they grab it and shifted that tape.
Right.
And so the brackets will shift the tape, and then every time, and whether it shifts the tape or not, it will then read whether that is a fire or a salt. And if it's a salt, it'll keep shifting.
Mm-hmm.
But once the fire shows up, then it'll detect that it's a fire, get it out of the seeking phase, and then go back to normal operation.
Right. So right now we're following this timer, and it should return to the normal tape advancement method. Goes through the 3 conduit, it's just up here, and is returned to the comfortable hands of hand singular of arm 10. And that was because this was the inner loop, and the inner loop only had one depth. Now I notice we've gained a salt atom at the bottom here. And my understanding is, as you go deeper and deeper, it needs to extend more salt atoms to the right.
Yes.
And therefore, it's important that this is at the bottom level so that you can have an arbitrarily far extension to the right without colliding with machinery.
Yeah. Theoretically, that's why the data tape is shifted up high enough, and why this part of the machine is shifted low enough, because those tapes need to have infinite horizontal clearance.
Right.
Because the tape may be arbitrarily long.
Yeah. And then, of course, the tape itself needs infinite horizontal clearance. The instruction tape, the register tape, and the depth counter.
Which is why the conduits are so nice, because otherwise you would need to split the program into two pieces and then pass things between them.
Well, you also have, I guess you are using disjoint track, but you're not really using the fact that disjoint track avoids collisions, because the jumps you're doing are small enough that it is not effectively avoiding collisions.
Right. Just adding conduits is easier for that purpose.
Yeah. You could jump the instruction tape with disjoint track, but you have to really carefully figure out every single place it checks for collision along the way.
Yep.
I'm a little bit surprised, but I feel like, okay, here we found a depth 2 right square bracket, I believe. Or is this still the... Yeah, this is a depth 2 square bracket. So we see the fire atom has been shifted to the left by 2. It'll find the matching inner square bracket, which will move it only 1 to the right. That should be pretty soon. Next is fire. Okay, here's fire. Shifts it 1 to the right, but fire has not returned to the middle. And then pretty soon it'll find another fire and stop. And there we go. Calkilder suggests it would be easy if Opus Magnum were hyperbolic. That would be interesting. Imagine if instead of a hex grid, you have a heptagonal grid. That would be painful.
That'd be funny. Just be like, look, it's easy now. After I spent a shit ton of work to code the universe it exists in.
Are you familiar with the game Hyper Rogue?
I have heard that game. Yeah, it looks so cool, but I haven't actually gotten into it because there's just so much content for. I don't know. If I were to try and seriously play it, there'd be so much stuff to learn.
Hyper Rogue is a roguelike game that I think is amazing. It's an excellent demonstration of how hyperbolic geometry is different from Euclidean geometry. And I will take this opportunity to brag that at one point in time, I was second on the global Steam leaderboards of most hyperstones collected, which is hard. Calculator suggesting 4 hexagons of a vertex would make hyperbolic. But you can also make a hyperbolic plane by tessellating heptagons. Pretty much anything that is too big to fit in Euclidean geometry will make hyperbolic geometry. Like in Hyper Rogue, it is mostly a hexagonal grid, but there are regularly spaced heptagons, and each heptagon sort of uses up more space than is available and starts squeezing out the geometry into hyperbolic. In the same way that a standard football or soccer ball is mostly a hexagonal tiling, but some of the hexagons have been replaced by pentagons, and then that wraps the ball around into a sphere. So if you make a soccer ball shape, but instead of using occasional pentagons, you use occasional heptagons, you'll make a hyperbolic shape. Negatively curved instead of positively. I've never heard of the game you are talking about, Kazian, Hyperbolica. But sounds
I've heard of it. I've played it before. Actually, it was a really fun treat. Hyperbolica was really fun. It's made by a YouTuber by the name of Code Parade. They've done quite a few interesting YouTube videos about hyperbolic geometry and stuff. They also made 4D golf. But Hyperbolic is really good. I would recommend checking that out. Cool. That was easier for me to get into because it wasn't. Yeah.
Okay.
It was less intimidating.
I feel like I fully understand this, but I had the advantage that I spent. Oh, I think we finally have 11 up here. Success. Let's play this all the way to the end, I guess, while we're here. But I had the advantage that I spent a fair amount of time upstream, analyzing this, trying to figure out what's going on myself. So I just want to make sure anyone in the chat has any daring questions they want to know about this turn complete. I was going to say monstrosity, but I think it's a little unfair.
Turn complete quick is when it finally reaches, when the computation finally finishes, it will reach the end of the tape, and then it will stop hiding. It will stop suppressing one of the inputs, and that input gets put in output, and then that's what lets that's what the solution actually solve the puzzle. Which means that if your tape program doesn't halt, this will never solve.
Oh. So neither of the things I put in would have solved the puzzle.
Right, because it'll just loop forever. It can only solve to completion if your tape will halt. So that's a fun thing. So now it's really easy to make a halting problem.
I like that quite a lot. And Calculator did suggest a brainfuck program that would make all the powers of 2 visible, which I would kind of like to program into this, but I also know, given how much difficulty I had getting a microphone working, I think trying to program this machine live on stream is not going to happen. But it would be very amusing to do that.
Programming it live on stream may not actually be that hard. I'd be all right with giving it a try quick.
Okay. You can either use Calculator's program, or I can send you either of the programs I wrote. And I think we have wrapped up Act 2, which means it is time for Act 3. Now, as advertised, I wrote a puzzle for you to solve, and as may be guessed from the content we've seen so far, it is an overlap puzzle. And the metric is overlap area plus instruction. Not really knowing my way on overlap, I have no idea if this is a good puzzle or a terrible puzzle or what, but I think it shouldn't be too hard. So I hope you have fun with that. Let me switch over to... no, I have no audio on that one. Okay. And I will invite you to edit the puzzle however you like. If you have a great idea and it doesn't work with the puzzle, then just change the puzzle to match your idea. A luxury you will not find in any tournament puzzle.
In that case.
Let me know. Okay. Administrative detail. This is going to happen streaming from your Twitch account, which means pretty soon we're going to wrap up here and try to transition over to your account, which I fear is going to ruin the audio, but I hope it'll fix it.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. So we're gonna raid my stream once I get it started. I guess I don't know. I'm new to streaming on Twitch, guys. Mm-hmm. So like, there's all sorts of stuff here I haven't done before. So
how do I raid a stream?
Will rating my stream do the thing I want of sending everybody to there?
I'm excited to find out, but does anyone know how to rate a stream? Twitch streaming. How to rate a stream. Type /raid followed by the name of the channel. Well, I will test that after you...
Yeah, let me get started.
This is exciting. We're exploring new territory in the world of Opus Magnum streaming content. We'll have our first Opus Magnum raid. Also, I hope people appreciate how the Twitch chat is not cut off. If you were on either of my two previous streams and had to deal with the fact that every single first comment always was invisible, yeah.
Oh, you did get that fixed. Nice.
I couldn't figure out the right way to do it. I just added a margin in the CSS. I tried so hard.
Alright, let's start streaming and hope it just does the thing I want. And we started. Hello, everybody. This is Mr. Puzzle, also known as Isaac.was on Discord. This is sort of a continuation. Hello, everybody. This is Mr. Puzzle, also known as Isaac.was on Discord. This is sort of a continuation of a stream that we were already doing on whose Twitch channel. I don't see anything in my stream. Great start. Oh, wait. Oh, because I have the studio mode open. Let's not do that. Okay, does this... Okay, awesome. Okay, I've got the thing loaded. Aha! We have a person... Yep. Okay, so who raided with a party of 5? Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello. First time chat from Raider. Look at this. I'm getting all these notifications. I have no idea what they mean. Let's see. Okay, and then... So who? You're still in the Discord chat, right?
Okay, yes.
Okay.
I was just trying to wind down my stream. Can you hear me? You should be able to hear me no matter what. The question is, does the stream hear me?
I'm hearing who. People in stream say they haven't heard you yet, but I think that's just because you haven't talked yet. Okay, yep. Okay, so everyone's here.
I'm a lot louder.
Yeah, that might just be...
I don't want to touch any buttons, so I'm just going to put the microphone farther from me.
All right. So, let's see. I think the first thing we'll do is... Not this one. This one. So, let's see if I can program Calculdur's program. Calculdur, I hope I'm not butchering that name too bad. Could you post that program again? I'm going to try and do it live. So, let's see. Oh, wait, where's ARM? Oh, that's not right. I want to copy this one. Okay, so then we'll just delete everything after here.
I was going to get more water, but I forgot that my pre-stream interruption has blocked me into my own room. So I can't leave the room until the stream is over.
Oh boy.
I have my mattress is covering the door now. So I just physically can't get out of the room without making a very large amount of noise.
Okay, so there's the program. So it should be left bracket, right bracket. Should be. That's shift to the previous and shift to the next. Yep, okay. So, So
this makes so much more sense why your program ended in a bunch of no-ops.
Right. So these 6 instructions are always added to every tape. That simply gives me enough, that simply gives me
right.
Stuff to work with. Oh wait, this is dumb. There's a smarter way to do this. Oh, come on. There we go.
I was thinking it was calculator and builder, but I wasn't sure.
Okay, so what we'll do is start recording macro.
So I'm going to go with calculator as the correct pronunciation, but you're welcome to disagree.
Oh, wait. Okay, I need to fix the macro. Start recording. Shift, cut, down.
Calculator, are you on the Opus Magnum Discord, or how did you find this, or are you an Opus Magnum player?
Okay. Okay, now we do
Greenfield.
the fun part of. So now we need.
Well, welcome.
So, right bracket, shift left, right bracket, shift right twice. And we're going to
Having metallurgy. Is that a puzzle, a solution, or a mod, or something else entirely?
Plus, left, minus. Then we need a left bracket. Shift right twice. Then we need a left bracket. Then we need left, plus, right, minus, okay, left, plus, oh, nope, right, plus, right,
Brimstone.
and then nops, or a nop, and then negative, left bracket, and then plus. Okay. So, now I need to verify that this is the correct program. Because I don't... I'm no sense in running this if I just got fucked it up. Okay, so... let's see. So, we have the two salts at the start that are a NOP. Then we have... plus, left bracket, minus... shift right, plus, shift right, plus, left, and then right bracket, shift right, left bracket, decrement, left, increment, right bracket, shift left, right bracket, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 instructions that don't mean anything. Okay. That should be the right
Okay.
thing. So, a little annoying to program because you have to program it backwards and like you have to copy paste stuff in that particular way. But also like not as bad as you might think trying to program something into Opus Magnum for brain.
Yeah, that was pretty fast. I'm very glad you were the one doing it and not me.
But yeah, so like the minus plus drap and stuff mnemonics make it easier to program it, because then you can read it off the tape like that, and it's a little bit easier. These 6 instructions are included, so you can do that. But they are also included at the end of the tape because, fun fact about these 6 instructions, if your tape halts, then adding this to the end will still let it halt, and also it will not change the values on the tape, because what these last 6 instructions say are shift right, like it's shift right, left bracket, shift left bracket, and then plus minus. So what this will do is, you, like when you finish your tape, shift right until you hit a 0. Yeah, no, shift right if you're on a non-zero, shift left until you hit 0, add 1, then subtract 1. So adding 1 and subtracting 1 on a 0 doesn't change the contents of the register. So like it'll add,
right.
Like you shift until you hit a 0, add, and then subtract, and then it'll get stuck on what's effectively salt, which is also decrement, and decrementing 0 to 0 also doesn't change anything. So not only is decrementing to 0 like a convenience, but it also allows me to add this thing to the end of the tape that doesn't affect the output of the resulting tape. But it gives me some it gives me some stuff for ARM7 to grab to when it's time to load the tape into the machine. So this will shift in, and now we will run. Unfortunately, I do not have Zoom installed, so I can't zoom out to get a big overview. But I think what we will do...
I hope you will speed it up, though. We will find out whether... I didn't even look at the brainfuck code to see if it did the right thing, so we are proceeding further. I see 1, 2, 4. That's promising. I could believe that's powered to 2. Certainly big numbers.
So let's see. 1, 2, 4, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4,
there's
5,
16.
6, 7, 8. Yep. And this one might be changing anyway because we're in the middle of a computation, but
right.
Yeah, it looks like it works.
Well.
Yep.
All around good team exercise. Writing and program transfer, writing and brainfuck transferring to Opus Magnum.
Yep.
Well,
yeah. Pretty neat.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Are you brave enough to try a new puzzle?
Oh yes. So yeah. So I haven't seen this new puzzle here, but it is called overlap A plus I. So I do know that is the metric to solve, but I have no idea what the puzzle is. I am going to take, let's see, I'm going to take a 5 or 6 minute break to get a snack, get a drink, go to the bathroom. We'll do a quick bio break. So we will meet back here at the top of the hour to see what this newfangled puzzle is, and I'll try and live stream it. Okay. I'm back.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Who is back as well? I'm going to start by...
Wait, who is back?
Who is back? Who?
I really wish I had a chair.
Who scored first? What scored second? I don't know who got third. Yesterday has the showcase. Tomorrow is next year's host.
I dropped in some instructions for setting up a Twitch chat overlay, but I don't know if it's something you want to try to do live.
I'll
might
keep
not
that
be
in
worth
mind
it.
for in the future, maybe. But
okay, yeah, better to not worry about it then.
Let's see. Overlap instructions. So I'll probably want overlap. Probably don't need to overlap track. Is it a cabinet puzzle?
Welcome to you. Any exploits you want. I intended it as overlap only, but this is more a free form.
Yeah.
Opus Magnum exercise.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just going to live solve it. I'm just going to enable the overlap because I already know ahead of time overlap is going to be the metric to do. But I'll basically treat this as if it was like a weekly or tourney solve. I'm going to try my best to say out loud the thinking that I am doing. But that I don't know. I'll just do my best. If I suddenly go quiet, poke me to say what I'm thinking out loud, because I probably am not just going brain dead for 2 minutes straight. But okay.
All right.
Area plus instructions. Ooh. Okay. Bonding, calcification, multi-bonding, duplication, disposal, unbonding, and animismus. It's interesting that duplication's available. I'm going to start by enabling multiple inputs and outputs. And just... so what I often do for tourneys and weeklies is I'll look at a puzzle and I'll be like, what will be the simplest or most fun or whatever solve? I start by making whatever the hell I want. And I think what I want to do is make a 0 instructions, allow bajillions of things solve.
Okay.
And
I did attempt solving this earlier today, and I'm be very interested in how what you do is different. Notably because I failed to get the solution I thought was. I had an idea and it just didn't work. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking forward to what you make work.
So let's see. Ooh. Oh, hey, oh. Fuck, okay. Ooh. That's, okay, so duplication is going to help here. Mm-hmm. So I'm noticing that the Vitae and Moors are in a beautiful spot, that I don't think I need disposals for them, but I do need to be careful about the fact that this salt, whatever I use as salt here, I'm going to need to do this, right? But then, I also need another water in this spot. Ooh, can I even do that? Can I use... I don't know. Maybe I'll want a disposable for waters instead. So let's see. If I have this, I need this covered. And then by symmetry, I'll have that. And I'll have that. So if I could get this to work, that'd be the dream. But I would need water. I would need a salt in this spot twice. I don't know. That might be too hard to do right now. Let me see if I can approach it a different way. So maybe I just give up and just do this. So I can put that there. I can put that here. Oh, but there's still only the single... There's still only the single one, though. So we can do... Yeah, so I don't know. I think we'll just go with the simple one. Oh wait, what am I doing? Let me just do this. So I'm gonna do that. Alright. The disposals don't duplicate in that way.
So the simple is you're going to make 6 vitae and 6 mores and dispose half of them.
Yep. We'll just we'll just stick them in the easy way like that. So we're going to need a salt disposal for each of these inputs. Like that. Like this. Oops. I don't think the order should matter for those, because we've got a debond anyway. And then put those here, doop, doop, doop. And then we'll put debonders here. Doop, doop, doop. Yep, and that is the molecule to make. Now we just need to bond it all together. Perfect. So now we just need to get rid of the waste.
Oh, now it's gone.
We'll do the, let's see. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Got it.
All right. That was pretty fast. What's your A plus I score? I mean, I is 0.
Yeah, I is 0. Area will be area's 57, but this does use multiple disposals and multiple inputs.
Right.
So yeah, hacked inputs, too many ins, too many dumps. Showcase. So there we go. So there's a showcase solve. And so now I've got, so like, sure, this doesn't, like, this technically is, like, this wouldn't be a solve that I could submit for the metric. But like I've now kind of done a warm up for the puzzle. I have a achievement pollution. But I have now familiarized myself a little bit with the puzzle. My brain is more in gear for like what do we need to do for this puzzle. Like the I'm gonna need to do a lot of vitae and more stuff. Like not directly helpful with the metrics, but like it is a warm up, and I am getting more familiar with what inputs do I have, what outputs do I have, what transformations are available.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's probably something I should be doing on Trinity puzzles more, because I get focused on, or I tunnel in on, I want to do this like incredibly optimal thing, and then I don't have a submission ready. And you said you've submitted to every single tournament, so now I see why.
Yeah, because like, well, like it's I enjoyed like trying to solve puzzles and stuff, but like it is also nice to like the first solve you do is more for fun and whatever. Like just like, you know, instead of I have to do it according to a particular metric.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. A gold solve might also be a fun showcase for this one. Mainly because if you want to do it like if you want to do a normal gold solve, you are forced to use. We need this. We need this. Like this is your glyph set, and you are forced to use. Well, actually, you might. If you were to do a gold solve, you could consider another arm instead of this, but I don't think there's... No, except they can't interact with the V-tail. No! There's only one debonder, though. Yeah, so I think gold would force you to do an arm on 4-track. And this is sort of like a kind of... It's like a standard gold solve. There's nothing crazy going on here. You just draw the rest of the owl. But like
overlap doesn't save you any money.
No, not really.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the only... Yeah, no, you can't... I think the only way you could maybe save money would be if you were doing overlap gold. You might be able to do something like this. Because if I were to... like, that's the only time I actually have to debond anything. Because I could also, maybe if I... Let me do something better here. So, like... If I did this, then I can use this here. Oh, but then I can't... But then I can't put the next one there.
So I'm a little behind what you're programming, but Tazian is suggesting that a 2-track could work with OG if the track overlaps the salt port of the anemismus.
That makes way more sense. Because this gives me access to everything here. And then... Nice thing about overlap gold, this could just be fucking wherever. Just like, wherever I need it to be. Probably... let's say something like this, and then this can go here. But yeah, something. Yeah, good point, Kazian. You can put the track in the glyph. But then, like, mechanically, the rest of the gold solve kind of works like the way you would expect. You would this.
And that lets you have that lets you handle your asymmetry of number of waters. Actually, I guess that was never an issue. I was imagining building this in units of 3, Mors, Vitae, and water, and then you have an extra water. But you don't have to do that. You can use the extra water in the next unit, so there's no real problem.
Do that. Yeah, and then we just, yeah, and then, yeah, you just make the rest of the thirds in kind of that same way. Oh, wait, no, this, calcifier's there, isn't it? Ooh. Yeah, so I don't want to block it yet. I'm noticing I'm needing to juggle around the atoms a bit more than I would like. Oh wait, no. Actually, no. There's a way to save this. This.
I think JPIP's suggestion of just doing disposal is probably
right.
easier.
Hey, yeah, there's disposal. I don't have to do hard maths.
Because I've never gotten behind disposal being optional. I feel like we should always have it. But
that's wasteful though. Nope. Should use the right instructions. And then... Ooh, we're gonna... because we have disposal, we can do 1/3 P. So I'm gonna have Vitae in. I'm pretending water is here already, so I'm gonna pivot it out and then move that there, and then I can build, and then I can keep building like expected.
So you're gonna 1/6 P it, or 1/3 P it.
I think it's 1/3 P.
Okay.
I'm gonna have. Oh wait, no, but that. A second. We don't want to trigger that. Calcifier pre-triggered. I'm gonna put disposal there. And then we need to rotate this twice. And then that's where that'll go. And then it will be important that disposal is on top because we need the animismus to steal the salt before the disposal tries to take it. So that is an important order of the glyphs. Oops. How did I mess that up? Oh, I need a reset. There we go.
Interesting. It caught up to where you put in this disposal. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Hey.
So there. Now we've got. Now I've got another showcase I can put in the stream. Oh, this would be an overlap.
It's
OG. The real OG.
How are you on OI? Sorry, A plus I.
Okay, so now I have to actually think about the metric that matters. I should probably do that now.
Yeah, well, hang on. Let's get a baseline score. Area 50. How many cycles is the loop?
We have 54 instructions.
54 instructions, 50 area, A plus I is 104.
Yeah, okay, so we have 104. I'll put that here. Which, on the one hand, it feels bad, but like on the other hand, it
is an OG solve, so.
Right, it was like I didn't intend to do area and instructions, but so the thing is that it's a gold solve, so I'm like using a bunch of instructions, but like I did 1/3 P it, so that does save me quite a bit of instructions.
Yeah, the zero instruction solve was less, but it also wasn't really legal because it had multiple disposals and multiple inputs. So.
Yeah. Also, it is pretty big. Actually, I might do this one again. But there isn't. Is there a way? Okay, I think I can do this. This'll be weird. So I'll have 3 disposals in the center. I'm gonna try and do this again. Of like I think I'm gonna try this, and this will be.
You posted one business. Okay. I'm gonna take a peek at calculator's solution.
Okay. I'll take a.
While you continue to toil away.
Ooh, yeah, I see. Yeah, I see that. That's I'll just bring it up here. So yeah, that's green fields. I like that. That's nice. Actually, could you post the puzzle file to Discord, and then people can work on it at the same time?
I will post the puzzle file.
I won't be paying too much attention to the Discord, but like if you notice there's a good one, I can show it up on stream pretty easy. Okay. So I think this will let you guys see how the hell do you plan a complicated overlap solve. And I think this will be a good demonstration of it. So like I know I want my inputs to go over these like this. And I know I want these animismus glyphs here like that. And I want disposals here. And the idea is I'm going to spawn 2 inputs per output. So I'm going to have so each of these waters, one of them will get split, calcified, and put in the machine, or into the glyphs to make the animismus, and then another input set will come in, and I'll use those to make the water atoms on the outside, and then the 3 water atoms on the inside will be deleted.
Okay.
So how will we go about this? Ooh. The trick is I need the salt atoms of an animismus pair need to, like, the atoms for an animismus glyph need to be completely salt. And if the glyph can fire, then it should fire. But if it doesn't fire, the salts left behind need to be reduped back to water. So I know for sure there's going to be a debond operation. That's for sure. We're always going to debond the waters that come in. And then the waters will come in this way. What we will do is calcify, calcify, try to trigger. If it doesn't trigger, duplicate it back. Calcify, calcify, try to trigger, duplicate back if it fails. Calcify, calcify. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Wait a minute.
I'm on the edge of my seat, if I had a seat.
Duplicate, duplicate.
With anticipation for knowing whether this is going to work.
Calcify, calcify, try to trigger, duplicate, duplicate if it doesn't. Bond everything if it exists. Delete whatever's left. Ooh, that didn't... Oh, shit. Okay. Oh... Why didn't that work? Because I can't... The atoms all... Oh, no. That might kill this idea. Yeah, debond cycle pane. I think that kills it. Let's see. Damn. I don't know if there's a way to fix that. It needs to be...
Can you show the product for our new viewer?
Oh, yes.
Seeing as it's slightly hidden under a pile of glyphs right now.
Ooh, I don't... Okay. I don't know. Oh, that might kill it. I need them to be salt at the end. Oh, I need them to be salt at the end of the cycle. I need them to be salt at the end of the cycle, but only on one of the half cycles. Yeah, let's try this again. Okay, this. We know we have to do these. And we know we have to do these. So, like, that's a given. Like, that's the core. That's what gives us a thing that makes the thing. And we also need this anyway. So now the question is... Oops. The question is, how do we get... We need this to duplicate into water, but only every half cycle. Oh. I think the easiest way. I think we'll use arms. But I might be able to get away with this. Oh, but that won't work. Or, no, it should. So we just need those to duplicate into waters at some point. So let's make... Add a burlow, but there's no burlows. I'm gonna try. No, but that's the thing is we have easy burlow. We just need a pivot. We got burlow's pivots up in here. Sort of. Can we do this in a small way? Oh no! Wait. Oh, that's right, because I have a mod that prevents that issue from happening. That's right. This bonding thing here can easily break your game, but I have a mod that just makes it replace the additive encroached into. But at any point I can't use that. Let's see.
I'm a little confused. What are you saying could break the game?
When arm 4 pivots this molecule into here, it wait, no, never mind. That's just normal behavior. It prevented this from spawning. Never mind. That's
okay.
Ooh, wait a minute. No. I think we'll just be boring and do this.
Is it outputting? It is outputting. Okay.
So, again, still using multiple inputs and disposals, but I think this is
I mean, it better be OG.
it's got multiple inputs and disposals, though, is the problem.
Right, that's true.
Upload a file, and what would this be called? Opus Magnum. Which one of these is it? It's this one. So area smaller, and I'm pretty sure less instructions.
But 6 arms, and each of them has is that 3 instructions? Some of them have fewer than 3.
Yeah, so 15 instructions.
So that's 9 plus 6. That's 15. 42 in all.
Yeah, nice. So a feature I'm using to easily count the instructions is FTSIGCTU. If you push 6, it changes these down here into a different collection of metrics. So you. 420 gold. Nice. Yeah. Oh. Ooh. Oh, look at this one. Oh, that one.
Filter's next submission?
Yeah, that one's... I think he has successfully done the thing I wanted to do. Is like... Because it looks like those arms only kickstart the process. Because they're not moving anything in the GIF. And they would have 12 instructions total. Ooh, yeah, so that's the best. That's a 30.
Yeah, I likewise do not see the atoms.
That's cool.
Were you expecting this event to be versus chat?
Oh, it's the new weekly idea. World, what was it? It's like Biggie versus the world, but like that's kind of different because
Biggie versus the world. Biggie or Mr. Puzzle versus people who show up on a Sunday.
Mr. Puzzle versus the chat. Chat, is this burrito? I can't believe this, chat. Okay. Well, enough goofing around, I suppose. Okay. So I didn't think of it at the time, but this is a valid solve for the metric. I just didn't consider it. But like as a coincidence, that does give us a nice, like, we have a starting point, which is also another good thing.
Yep.
Of like
welcome Chameleon Gaming.
Hey. Yeah. So like I've accidentally set a stake. I've accidentally put a stake in the ground, and that I think is another good tip for if you're solving tourneys or weeklies of like it is very super easy to like get absolutely lost in the weeds of like, oh yes, if I want to try and hit that minimum cycles count, I need to pre-build all the animismus and get it done before cycle 12, and then I need to.
Yeah.
It's or way easy to get lost in the weeds. I think related to Tinsel, the Tinsel puzzle would be like, I remember Zorflax saying, you know, if I was going to do this at all, I might as well do it 2P, and then that like got him turned off by it.
Yeah.
That's kind of related. It's a little bit different, but like it is good. It is good to be able to look at a puzzle and be like, well, minimum should be 2P, or like be able to do the calculations and say min gold should be this, min cycles should be this, min area should be around here. I know rate is this, but trying to make that for your first solve, it's really easy for that to be super intimidating. So something that I've like putting a stake in the ground is a term I've picked up from somebody else, but it is a good idea, I think, to be like this is submittable. I could submit this, take the rest of the week off, and I've still technically participated in the weekly, and this might still do pretty good, right? Because like I haven't put thought into it, so it might be funny if it's like, oh yeah, min was 102. It probably isn't, but like, could you imagine though?
No.
Because gold isn't part of the metric, so like I should expect to be able to fart glyphs everywhere, and that should be fine. Like, but it can be good to have a stake in the ground, just so you have a starting place, and like we're not doing this professionally for loads of money, so like your livelihood does not depend on actually hitting the minimum you've calculated. Like it is okay to not hit theoretical min if it's more fun not to. But nerd cred, yeah, it's fair point. But like, I don't know. I have a starting point. At the very least, I can make a new solve, compare it to this one, figure out how it did better, how it did worse. So let's do this again.
What I'm getting out of your advice, which is very good advice, but this is why you've submitted to every single tournament puzzle, and why I tend to get min area and then not submit. Non-area.
I think that's also just part of like I love trying to. I don't know, something that I know about my personality is if someone's like, here's a math problem, I bet you can't solve it. It's really easy to goad me into solving a puzzle by saying, bet you can't. But so I don't know, solving the puzzles for weeklies and tourneys is kind of like that, of like, hey, I've got another puzzle for you guys, and I'll be like, I bet I can solve this one too. Like, I think there's an aspect to that, but it's also, I don't know, it is also just fun to solve these puzzles, and the constraints that the submitters put on it via the metrics can guide how to solve the solution, but also you can just solve it however the hell you want and do it as showcase. But I don't know, it's I like solving the puzzles. But also since me and Biggie discovered that fact, like I also now know that like, oh man, I should like I gotta keep up the what's it called? I gotta keep up the streak, man. That may be part of it too. But
don't give up. There's one more week till next puzzles. I'm actually a little bit anxious because it's so time consuming, but I want to do them.
Okay, we're gonna disallow multiple inputs and outputs, and we're going to put the part allowances back in because now let's try to actually solve this to the metric, because it's kind of goofing around before, but now we're going to try and do like a proper solve. So I only get this one.
Cracks knuckles.
So let me think. So okay, so what I'm thinking right now, this might take up more area than I would like, but I think what I would like to do is I want to try and build, well, and I kind of cheat. Normally during a weekly I wouldn't have this solve to be inspired by, but like this solve does tell me it is possible to do it kind of small. So like maybe I am not exactly solving like a weekly because I have access to information I normally wouldn't. But let's pretend that I thought about it for a week and maybe I could find that solve after a week of dicking around. So I'm thinking what I want to do is I think I want to try and make like use track to make a scaffold or something. Basically, I think what I'm thinking about doing right now is I want to do something like this.
Mm-hmm.
where it's like dot dot dot, and then like I rotate it out here, and then clunk, and then like that just does everything. That would be that's very low on instructions. If I'm not careful, it'll take up a lot of space.
Huh. I would never think of doing it that way.
Because the metric is overlap area and instructions. Oh, okay. So that is something I wasn't thinking about, but I should consider it. So the metric is overlap area and instructions, and there's no secondaries. Gold is free, and cycles is free. Technically, if I made a small solve that was 1 over 1000 p, that would work. I don't have the patience for that. But like a
this is another direction I would not want to go.
But like, yeah. So
you're thinking free space I.
Yeah. So like, yeah. This is because it's kind of similar to free space I. Kind of like, because gold is free and cycles is free. So if I want to get a better metric score, I should abuse the hell out of I can place as much shit as I want and I can take as long as I want.
Right. And normally placing as much shit as you want consumes area, but in overlap it doesn't necessarily.
Yeah. Right. So like, yeah, I don't want to take up a whole bunch of space, but I can overlap as many glyphs as I want. So I can I can make a super complicated like duplication route or something. Let's see. So yeah, free space I might be the way to think about it. Because if move this. I'm not thinking of an easy way. So what I'm now thinking is that I am now expecting, what I'm now expecting to see in the result stream is that people doing better than me are doing like fractional p solves that are really conditional based. And I think I don't have, like, if this were real weekly, I don't know if I would have the persistence to truly pursue that route.
Right.
Because
that was certainly not what I was thinking when I made this.
Let's see. Could I do? If I was careful, I could do just a normal 1/3 p. But I like the idea of just 3D printing out the material I need. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Waste atom. 1, 2. Waste. Yeah. No, but this could be rotated. So I have 1 waste. What's happening here may be a flaw in the way that I normally do stuff, is I'm thinking of how to do this without having thought about what I do with it after that fact. And I'm just hoping that I can use that later. But for trying to...
You're talking about the waste atoms being the problem?
Yeah, so say I extrude it here, like this, and then I have those waste atoms. I haven't given thought to, like, okay, I have this brick, and I now need to process the brick into the output in some waste atoms. I'll figure it out later. What could go wrong?
Right.
And, like, just the problem is that I'll get to that point, and then I have to duct tape and jerry rig everything to work, and then the metric goes bad again.
Yeah. I really like your extruding and then swing it over idea, but having 3 leftover waters is just annoying.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. So, what if... So I want to make... if I could make this shape, I'll have waste in the middle. Maybe that could be okay. Because I might be able, because I could dispose one of them, and maybe the remaining one could be recycled back into the input somehow. Ooh, I like that idea. Let's just tinker a bit. I have an idea for a motif. I think I'm switching back to making it in thirds. Let's just experiment and see what happens. Lol. Ooh, yep, okay. So that could be problematic. Because the Moors comes in at the same time as the water does. And then they collide on the next step. So what if I just had this in a different spot? So maybe I do that. But then the Moors isn't in the spot I want it at. It will be very...
Track can overlap things, Chameleon.
Yeah, track can overlap things. I'm just not thinking about that yet at the moment. I really like this idea of the Vitae and Moors just plop out where they need to be. Like, this is a fact that my brain is not... Like, this is a aspect of this particular puzzle that my brain is like, this is really important for solving things. Remember this. That the Vitae and Moors here can just immediately plunk out of the glyph in those spots. That could save me a bunch of effort in moving things into the right place, if I can properly take advantage of that fact. So, like... Also, if...
Yeah, that was certainly my intention when I made that shape, is I wanted to make it that the Vitae Mars could just do the right thing, but not in a way that is super easy.
Yeah.
And I never found a good satisfactory way to get the water to do exactly what I wanted. I got like 80% of the way there.
And I want the third water to come in at some point. So, what is it? I need... That's right, there's waste. Ooh, there's an idea. Okay, what if I did... I'm going to draw a hexer... Okay. Having the output here is hiding some of the things, but I do want to remember where the output's supposed to be, so I'll just draw this I'll just draw this track here so then I can remember like where stuff is supposed to be. So do this, do this, do... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a second. Oh, you know what would be the easiest thing in the world? What if the input was a single atom instead of a dumb double atom? Yeah, screw dimers.
I mean, rate doesn't matter, so why not?
There we go. So then we can just do this, this,
Huh.
and this. And then... Now the trick is to 3P this without colliding into the water that's already here.
Yeah.
So I want to rotate this. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. That's not so bad. Hold on. So now this is here, and then I want to rotate it to there. Oh, that's weird. That's a weird turn. I don't know if I can do that easily. If I want to not move the water, I would need to do that. Do I sacrifice area instructions to just allow me to do it? Okay, let's just do this. Oh yeah, of course, because it's blocking the thing. Yep, naturally. Okay, that's expected. So I think what we'll do is okay, so here's another trick. You can just temporarily edit the puzzle file if you just want like something for testing. So basically what I'm going to do is we're going to test by just having this here the whole time. So now I have this part that I can work with. And now it's a little bit easier for me to see how I want stuff to move, because like what I would like to do is so it was in this position, so I want the molecule to be in this position again to bond stuff to it. It's in this position, so I need to move it from where it is to here, and the simplest rotation would be if I had an arm here that rotated this way.
I find threefold symmetry a little challenging, because with sixfold you do one rotation and maybe some translation.
Right.
But with threefold rotation,
yeah,
there's no one movement.
Yeah, you gotta do, like, you either rotate it twice or you do two complicated rotates in a row.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so here's where we will, let's add in the third man and see if we can, no, I want, okay. So, assuming I am going to keep this part, and if I had, I think I'll have this guy in here as well to do stuff.
Now, hopefully I will not distract you too much. So when you set up the disposal to turn the dimer into a monomer, did it have to be in a free space to do it? Because if you dispose it the same half cycle that its input, is it allowed to have that half of the disposed half of the dimer overlap with the ring? And if so, would that save space?
Are you thinking like if the disposal was like on here on a input or something, or?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like you were having trouble with wanting to put another arm in the interior, and you could free up interior space by having the disposal not in the interior.
Right.
But maybe that's just. I guess that messes up the. Yeah, this just doesn't work. Doesn't work with what you're doing. So.
I want him to look over too. So yeah, I got.
I don't know. I will let you.
Yeah. So if I have this and I want it to go here, and it's here right now. Yeah, the only one that would work is rotating on the inside. Oh yeah. So this is what I was trying to talk about earlier, of like I kind of designed myself into a corner of like trying to go forward with this route is not working exactly the way I want it. And it's because there's a free atom here. Oh, wait a minute. What if it was here? No, no, never mind. The disposal has to be there because I want to be able to access salt water. What I could do. What if I do this? Because cycles don't matter, so I can put a delay. Hey, yes, that's what I want to see. So now that atom's out of the way, and that gives this guy the space he needs to work. Ooh, no, except... Damn. Except that spawns the water in, and that would normally crash it. What if I moved it to here instead? Then that would keep the output blocked. How can I move it to... Can I move it to here? Oh, yes, with a pivot. So I could pivot to here and then move up, freeing everything up. Yeah. Rotate like that. Retract. Pivot. Then move back up. Oh, too far. I'm done with this. So I'm not going to get rid of it. And I'm going to put in a couple of extra things in the undo history so I don't accidentally summon that input part again. Because if I accidentally summon that input part, then the game will crash because it doesn't know what molecule it's supposed to use. Ooh.
See, these are the good tips I wasn't expecting. I wouldn't know to ask for that suggestion.
Oh, except blocking it that way only works if that molecule's there already. Oh, but you know what? We can just grab for it. No, I'm dumb. We want to let go. We don't need that bonder, and I think we want that bonder over here. I don't think we need to try. You need to reset, don't you? Sorry, buddy. Oh. I need to do it up here. Damn. How many instructions are we at? If I triple that, I could take the hit, I guess. So this isn't... and still keeping it 133. Or hear me out, I could grab it up. Wait, what if I did this one?
Collision.
Oh. Damn. Oh.
What's wrong?
Oh, nope. Never mind. Yeah, I just tried to fix a problem I made with this. So the problem that happens is... So, like, I was pivoting and then moving, but if I move and then pivot, then that becomes salt and debonds. Now, the bond is fixed, but that doesn't. Can I do this? Oh, no, there's a simpler solve for this. We'll put a bonder here, too. That's good already. So now the weird nonsense can just fix itself.
Hey, I saw an output. Are you optimizing cycles on an A plus I puzzle?
So that's another thing is like, I want things to go. I have a tendency to want to go faster. Like, I don't want to take too long.
Right.
If I were to make a sum solve, it's easy for me to make a sum solve that's too fast.
Okay.
Because like I'm kind of rate brained too. I like nice rate. But so now I'm gonna. So I'm running it really slow now, just to watch how the hexes on the outside get taken up, because it's obvious how the hexes on the inside get taken up, right? Because it's like I have two for spawning, an arms in the other one, and then there's the output. So like literally, like the output literally, you can't put anything not on the output, and so like the output automatically takes up space. And disposal makes this so much easier, so you're guaranteed to take up some extra space because of disposal. And you do need the input to go somewhere. Now, disposal and input could overlap in the output in a clever way, but even if...
I mean, they currently do.
Well, like, when I say the input and output could overlap in a clever way, I mean currently the input hexes and the output hexes are disjoint. And, like, the functional thing...
Yeah.
Because the input is here, the output is here, and the disposal output is here. So like, I do feel good about how compact I'm doing things, but I can also look at this and I can observe that the theoretical, theoretically there's always someone cleverer than me. And so like, if there was someone cleverer than me, they could like have the inputs overlapped in here somewhere. But like,
okay.
But also my gut instinct says that it's like, I don't know, like 99th percentile, you probably are filling the interior hexes of this. My guess is every solve is going to fill this up.
Right. I can't imagine any way, because how are you rotating that object without using any interior?
Right. And the only way I can think of is that you're not. That I'm building it 1/3 P by doing rotations. You might be able to build it 1/3 P or smaller P by using translations, in which case you have a lot smaller footprints to work with, but also that complicates things a lot more. My gut instinct would be, I'm feeling really good about what I've got so far. This, if this was what I submitted, I think I'd be pretty happy. I would.
Yeah, it's quite good. What's your A+9?
We'll take a look in a second. I do want to.
All right, I'll let you.
I want to look closer to see. Oh shoot! Just a second. I want to look closer at how hexes are taken up, because there might be a smarter location for number 2. Arm number 2, there might be a smarter place for it. Because it is taking up hexes around, but like, I might be able to save an area by putting it in a smarter spot, based on how the rotations are.
You have your eye on those hexes in the upper left that get used only in the last swing?
Yeah, like these.
I guess I don't hear game audio because I have the stream muted. But
right, these hexes here are being covered by the rotations. Notice that if I put, like, I'm gonna put this guy down here.
Yeah.
So like these. So like this is me trying to optimize my solve a bit better. These hexes are being taken up by rotations, and so these hexes have to. These are going to. The way I have my solve currently, no matter what I put arm 2, these hexes have to be covered. But I can put him here because.
Meaning saying the game audio is too loud. If you could turn it down, that'd be good.
Oh yeah, I'll change the audio because I did change. Don't here. I did change the sound audio down, but yeah, I'll turn it down even more.
It should be possible within OBS also.
Oh yeah,
that also works.
That's true. My OBS is set up terribly though, so that the audio that Who is coming in on is the same as the desktop audio for the game. And I'd like to.
Okay. So then that is.
It is loud because my setup is terrible. Actually, did they say earlier that Who was really loud too? Maybe I should just.
They did say I was too loud.
Okay, I'll just.
So.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll turn this down a bit. Let's see if that's better. And then maybe turn this audio back up.
And Jay points out that Discord is another knob to twist.
I'm a professional streamer. No.
I mean, you got the audio at least working right away. I spent 20 minutes.
Yeah, but I don't got no. I don't got no fancy title cards. I would like.
It's true. Remember when I sent you a message saying usually I would do an audio check before stream, but we'll just skip it?
Yeah. Oops. But yeah. So I can put arm 2 here because the atoms swing through it, but not collide. Like if there was an atom here, it would collide, but an arm is okay.
Yeah.
So I can.
So you take the hex by doing that.
Yeah. So this has saved me a precious hex without changing the instruction tape at all, and like. It is very. It's always nice to find like that was like a free save, like literally the only thing I did was I moved arm 2, like I didn't have to add any glyphs. I didn't have to change none of the metrics changed except I have saved an area hex. I guess height or width might have changed as well, but whatever. Like this was like a free save, so like I feel really good about it. And if this were a weekly, I'd probably call this good. Because let's see, we've got 31 instructions and 21 area, so this is a score of 52.
All right.
And oh, you want to know what?
I do want to know what.
Not who. Okay, so if this were a tourney, I would probably want to spend more time thinking on this. So I now have a much better solve than what I did before. But if this were a tourney solve, I could believe this would be like 12th place or something. I don't know. It's really easy for me to think that I have a good solve, and then we get to the stream, and it's like, and everyone else also made a really good solve. Like 20th place, slap, and it's like, oh. And you never know with tourneys, right? Because like I had the same thoughts about waste reclamation of like, oh man, I wish I'm sure there's a couple cycles to save here. I bet this would be like a good like 5th or 6th place, and it's like, oh lol, no.
Yeah.
I got first place by quite a few cycles. But like, okay, so what would I do to try and get a better metric score? One option that's always available is completely rethink the solve. I don't know. I'd have to. Maybe I don't have enough time on stream today to do that kind of a thing. I would try to revisit the 3D printing thing idea, because like, just a second. Basically, like now that I have like a actually decent solve, I need to start thinking about like what could I tweak to try and save metric score. And because the metric score is A plus I need to start thinking about if I added like a little bit of area, could I save a lot of instructions? If I added a few instructions, could I save a lot of area? If I added a shit ton of cycles or gold, could I save something for free? Right. So like that's the kind of thing that I need to. So that's what I would start thinking about. And so the thing I got excited about earlier is like, so I could add another arm. Arm 1 does a lot of work. Is Arm 1 doing too much work? Could I have maybe I have something that rotates, maybe I have like some track, because like, so like the only thing Arm 1 is doing a lot of work, but there's only like 2 or 3 things that Arm 1 does where it's important that it's on the inside. So like here, that could be something on track, that could be something on track, that could be something on track, that. All of that could have been something on track where the arm is just wherever. This rotation has to be done by arm 1 where it is. That could have just been anybody. That pivot has to be a gripper on that position, although that could be a different arm. And that's it. So the only action arm 1 has to do is this rotate, and every other thing that arm 1 does could be something else. So like for example, is this okay? Yes. So maybe for example, arm 1 lets go here. Arm 3 could grab here and do the slide and the pivot. So notice that arm 1 and arm 3 are doing the exact same job there. So maybe I don't need arm 1 doing that job. A second, I need to put his instructions there. So like if I have arm 3 do that job, before I do that, okay, let me just double check that this does solve. Okay, pro tip, don't edit the solve that's your current checkpoint. Make a copy and edit that. Okay. But okay, so this hex is already covered. This hex is already covered. So putting him here is free. And that's free. So like what I'm thinking is I'm going to switch this job over to arm 3, and then maybe I don't need to rearrange 1 in order to do that work. So first I'm going to have arm 3 do the same job, and then I'm going to work backwards, or I'm going to put a clock instruction here so I don't lose the period. So arm 1 no longer needs to do this. So looking at this behavior, that's duplicate, and this is the only stuff that's actually needed for saving. I have saved 0 instructions. So that
oh no.
I've saved 0 instructions, but I've spent 0 area. So like this is also a metric 52, and with 0 and with no secondaries, that means this is a solve that will tie.
Right.
But because arm 1 no longer needs to do that, arm 1, I don't need that track there anymore. And that the fact that arm 1 never, so I've saved gold. No, I haven't saved gold secondary. I have an entire another piston.
No.
But arm 1 never goes into this spot, so maybe maybe I can take advantage of that fact and rejigger some other things. Because I needed to do some weird movements in order to get around some quirks, and maybe I can get around quirks in a different way because the stuff around it's different. This is I just realized this is sounding super vague, but like I don't know. I do a lot. There's a lot of theory, but there's also a lot of tinkering. So let's see. So that move can be this guy.
Right.
What if I did this? Lol, no, that doesn't work. Okay. So can I save another action? Let's see. Can I save another action? Okay. So where does this reset happen from? It's because, so it starts out like that. Maybe I can do... so this hex here that the salt is at, that needs to be salt, but it also needs to be water. So I can't put a calcifier there. Because then that messes up other stuff. Currently, the only calcifier is over the disposal. What if maybe I could put another calcifier, maybe here or here, and then I could move, so like this water atom here could more efficiently move into the final position.
The general feeling I get from your solve is that you spend a lot of instructions moving the atoms around to like get to the calcifier and stuff, and that if there is iterative improvement to be made, it's something about how you handle the calcification.
Yeah.
Now, if you, I don't know if you are locked in solving mode. But if you need a fresh input of ideas, I am happy to discuss the things I tried that kind of worked. And also there are some very impressive GIFs in the chat, which might, however, act more as a demotivator than motivator.
Okay. I think what I would like to do is I want to pursue this idea for just a few more minutes. Maybe not even that long.
I would like to see where it goes. So
yeah. So let's have Arm 4 do this instead. Now, something that I know will happen later is Arm 3 pivots, and I know Arm 3 is going to pivot before Arm 4 does this job. In the future, I know there will be a vitae here on a bonder hidden in here, and that moving Arm 4 in this way is going to cause a problem later. I'm going to fix that later by having Arm 3 pivot. That might not be fixable later, but I'm in tinkering stage at the moment, so we'll just give this a try. So because Arm 1 doesn't need to go here, Arm 1 can start there. And actually, I could bring this all the way up here, because these... Wait. Wait a minute. What? Wait a minute. Yeah. No, that's not going to work the way I want. That could delete it. My brain went on a quick tangent of what if the disposal was here and the calcifier was there and the debonder was here and then the water moved into place like this. I don't think that
disposal's there.
I don't think that'll work the way I want though. No, but if only I could turn calcifiers on or off. That'd be the dream.
That would definitely make this easier.
Yep, so that's the problem I was talking about earlier. And can I solve it by doing this? Maybe? Yes. So that huge delay in cycle, like that doesn't even affect cycles actually. So that's fine.
It solves.
Yeah. So good news, we've saved an instruction. Bad news, we are taking up 6 more area. But this arm is on a track, so I might be able to squeeze. I might be able to like shuffle it around so it takes up a little less. Okay.
I mean, certainly you can bring it one closer to save 2 area, right? Or save 3 area by doing that.
Yeah. The other. Wait a minute. The other thing is that. Ooh. Wait a minute. Arm. This could also be arm 2. Ooh. Maybe. Ooh, arm 2 will need to be in a... Can I... Yeah, let's try this. No, that's the... Wait, that was the same problem as before, but it didn't work. Oh, because this is too long. So now I might need to tinker around with this kind of thing. Yeah, I think this... Okay, now it takes up one more area and the same number of instructions. Damn it. So this is one worse. But this is one worse, but this is like a slight variation on it. If I had the rest of the week to tinker, I might tinker with this and work on this solve to save 1 or 2 more or something, but... Yeah. But yeah. Let's take a look at Discord chat. Let's see what gifts they've come up with. Let's see. Ooh. 37? Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the key idea there is you do the anismus, debonder, 2 calcifiers. You just don't do it where the output is.
Yeah, because doing it outside means you're not spending a whole bunch of instructions and stuff trying to work around it, which is like what MySolve winds up doing. And this 3Ps and such there isn't stuff spawning in the middle, so you don't have to work around that. You don't need calcification in the ring, so you don't need to work around that. The input's on the outside, so you don't need to work around that. And so, like, the instructions are super simple, and the area isn't that much bigger. Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Yep. Oh, and some tinkering to get it down even further. Oh, what? Oh, so multi-arm cleverness to get even more instructions saved. And
it's always the bi-arms that surprise me, but works here.
Good overlap. I think that can function the same as if it were a hex arm, but the bi-arm makes it more clear that is third P.
Right.
Oh yeah, Kazian's talking about how the water essence getting duplicated out.
Yeah, so it's key that the construction is adjacent to the water atom in the output, but that's not hard to do.
Yep.
And then Greenfield, aka Calculator, has another one of unspecified instruction count, but also evidently quite good. This looks kind of based on your solve a bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was inspired or...
My guess would be that was heavily inspired, but...
It does look pretty similar. Yeah, I had something that looked a little bit like Kazian's first solved, except for I didn't put it outside, and also it didn't work. So what I of course had the Ananismus anti-bonder, two calcified glyphs, all overlapping each other in the obvious way. Are you trying to duplicate the calculator solve?
Yeah, I'm trying to, let's see. How did they get around the internal problem? Oh, no, they used the thing where, a second. You drop and then grab here. Because if you drop it here, there's no collision problem.
Oh, so they pay a few more instructions, but yeah, this is a refinement that you would have definitely found eventually if you were solving this for a tournament.
Yeah. 40 is
good.
Yeah, 40 getting this down to 40 is a really good improvement. But I think just from looking at these GIFs, method will be more towards you construct next to it and then buddy dupe in this way, because it's not taking up that much area, but like it just simplifies a lot of the routing problems you run into.
Yeah. So I put the Ananismus in output location the same way you were doing. And then to solve the problem that the calcification was killing the water, I duped from the input to the water output spot. Because I had the input not in. So when you very first open up the puzzle, you did the same thing I did, which is you put the dimer right on the Ananismus.
Yeah.
Which of course kills all the water.
Mm-hmm.
So I put the input adjacent and then swung it on, and then duped from the input to the water. And that meant it has the thing where you have a single cardinal that is switching between salt and water multiple times per cycle. Mm-hmm. So it's flashing back and forth between salt and water rapidly. But if you do them in the right order, you get salts for the Ananismus and water for the output, and that worked out fine. The only trouble was, and then what I did, I had arm one, much like you did, but rather than disposing the extra cardinal, the pair to the water that goes to the output, I used it as a grab point for swinging the trimer around. So I grabbed the trimer by the waste atom and then dropped the waste atom onto an output elsewhere. And it all worked except for the killer part that the unbonder I needed to get rid of the waste atom and make it free for disposal was also in a position that it unavoidably was breaking the ring for output.
Mm. Yeah, and if it's on
so it was like
if it's on the if that unbounder lies on the output, then there's no way to fix that, because if you the only way to fix it would be to put a bonder over it, but then
then the disposal doesn't trigger, as I discovered.
Yep.
It wasn't on the output ring, but it was in a position the output ring unavoidably passed through. So I just couldn't fix it.
Okay.
But it was like, I think it was single-digit instruction count, because there was no manipulation of the salt for disposal and so on. The only manipulation was put the water dimer on the Ananismus position and rotate the ring.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of like Kazin's first solve, but Kazin found a way to make it actually work, which helps.
Yeah.
And you see, Kazin does the same thing I did, in that the waste atom is moved before disposal, by bonding it to the thing that you were wanted to move anyhow.
Right. Yeah.
So it saves on manipulation.
Yeah, disposing that waste atom is free.
Yeah, which I think is really key to this solution.
Yeah.
But yeah, President's solution is pretty incredible.
Yep.
Okay. Do you want to keep tinkering away? Are you done?
I think I'm done. Seeing these people do so much better has made me demotivated. Nah, I don't know. Like, if I were to do more tinkering in a competitive context, it would be more of the kind of tinkering and more of the experimenting and solving similar to what I've already shown on stream. It would just be more man hours of that. And
yeah, I thought it was very instructive to talk through the process.
Mm-hmm. But
and in general, I think if people talk more about how they got to their solves, we could learn effectively from each other. Because I think different people have very different styles.
Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. Who came to me with this idea for the stream, and I thought that was it was a really neat idea for a stream.
Yeah, it's been fun. Lots of things I never would have thought to ask about came out of this. So,
yep.
And certainly it is less work than running a whole competition.
Oh yeah, because this, this is, because like there's like good useful information here, but like it would not be appropriate to go into this kind of detail during the results stream, because the results stream is mainly for showing the results and then also seeing the funny showcase solves. It's like it's just a different it's a different kind of stream.
Oh.
But
well, if we're wrapping up, I guess I'll say I will see you on the battlefield next week.
Yeah, we'll throw down. Nah, I'll be teaming up with RPO again this year for puzzles that I didn't submit to weekly. I think I've got a puzzle in the weekly roster. I'm not sure. I'm all right with not knowing if for sure. It'll be a fun surprise when it shows up, but if it does show up, that'll be the only time I will not be teamed up with RPO. But yeah. So
okay. Well, thanks for everyone in chat for showing up and hanging out with us. This is now your stream to figure out how to end. So I'll leave it in your hands.
So I think
hardest part of the stream.
Yeah, I think what I'll do is if anyone has any final, if there's any lingering questions you have about me solving this puzzle or one of the overlap texts or something that we've talked about today, this is a good time to answer any questions you might still have. And then if there are no questions like that, I think what I'll do is I think I'll indulge myself and quickly show off some random Exapunk stuff that I've made that I have abandoned and haven't worked on, but I think are still kind of cool. And I'll do that for like 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll wrap the stream up.
All right.
Yeah. If you think of a question later, chat. If you can think of a question later, you can ask in the events Discord, and I'll just answer them in text or something. But
yeah, let's see some Exapunk stuff.
Yeah.
I only got started with Exapunks a little bit last fall, and it was kind of fun. I don't think it's as good as Opus Magnum, but
all right, let's do this a little professional. I'm gonna disable the display capture, and then everyone doesn't need to be jump scared by my atrocious desktop. Who has seen it? Who? I don't.
Yes.
It's awful, isn't it? It's just not cleaned up at all. I think my primary desktop has 4 empty slots for icons. Everything else has something.
Exapunks.
Let's change this to
Yeah, currently the screen is black, but maybe it's some stream delay while you're filtering things out. Certainly, I was showing a lot of black screen on the screen.
I disabled Ooh, okay, there's some... Oh, that's right.
I see Exapunks on the screen.
That's right. I don't have this in full screen. Full screen. Is it smart enough to auto-adjust? Yeah, hey, there we go. Okay. I love it. I love Exapunks. I want to write like a... At some point I want to write like a virtual machine that you can run Exapunk stuff in, and then it like actually manipulates files on your desktop. Because I don't know what it is, like Exapunks is like the language is, it's the easiest for, like, if it had a couple more features, like if I could properly define functions and stuff or something, or an easier way to do subroutines or multiple pages, but like, I don't know, like for random tasks that I want to do for manipulating files on my desktop, like the Exapunks level of like the language that the Exapunks language is at, like the level it's at, is about the right amount of power versus complexity that I want. Because like I don't want to write C# to manipulate files on my desktop, but I don't like using batch, and I don't have a Python thing set up for some reason. But like if I could like writing, like if I like, oh, I just need to do this thing quick, like writing an Exapunks would be the easiest way for me to do it. But
what has the world come to?
But so, yeah, so this is just yeah, I'm just going to show some random Redshift carts that I've made. So this is one of the levels in the game is King's Ransom Online, which is like a MMO, like a RPG themed MMO. And like I was like, what if King's Ransom Online was like the sequel, the MMO sequel to a normal game called King's Ransom? And I've made part of a title screen, and then I also made this little Zelda like or Link like character that can walk around and swing a sword or whatever. So I just think this is neat.
How many frames are those animations?
Let's see if I can find where I've put the animations.
Well, don't spend too long digging around, but
Menu, sprites, data. But it's this music.
I mean, it looks like 4 frames maybe for each step.
Wait a minute. Oh wait, there's music if I turn on the 3D? Wait. That's how long I haven't looked at this, guys. Oh, that's right. I just copied the music from that one cart someone made for Shenzhen.io. Plagiarism. No, where is the... Which is it? It must be this one. Yeah, this is the main controller. Oh, this is way more complicated than it needs to be for this. Well, here we go. walk sprite, attack sprite. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frames or so. 8, 9, 10. It might be
7 frame animations.
Might be easier to just. So the walking is really simple. Barely doing anything for the walking.
Okay.
I'm not a big fan of the walking, but I can't think of a better thing to do for it. And then. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That looked like 6.
Hmm.
But that's cute. Let's see. Old abandoned projects. Something that's been in development hell forever is Sigmar's Garden.
Okay. Famously not an Exapunks thing.
Yeah. So where is the controller? This is the cursor. The cursor... Oh, I don't remember where I've put it. Basically, there's a line of code that's like... that actually checks if the marbles are clicked correctly or not. And then I disabled that for testing purposes, but I don't remember where I've put it. Also, I'm not sure how loud that music was, but I'm going to turn the audio down on this too. A little bit. Music's down. Let's do that. I'm not sure how loud it is, but I don't want it to be annoyingly loud. But where is it? Yeah, there we go. You can hold Z to move the cursor faster, and then like click on stuff.
I like that it populates in a ring, just like the original.
Yeah. So let's see. I'm gonna delete all the marbles because there is like a finish animation.
And this prevents you from deleting from the middle, or not really?
From doing what in the middle?
From deleting interior marbles.
Right, yeah. Like it's currently checking correctly if is it metal and that you're doing it in the right order. And it's correctly checking that you're only clicking ones that are exposed. But other than that, everything that isn't metal is being treated as gold and is just instantly deleted.
Got it. Nice.
Yeah.
And I find graphics such a pain in like Python and stuff. It's just like this.
Yeah. So yeah, this, I don't know, I just stopped working on this for some reason. And the dumb thing is like, this is like 95% done. It's like, this version, I need to clean up some code maybe, and then actually put in boards to load. Because currently there's only one board. I don't know who's holding it, but it's like there's one solitaire board. So if I put in more of them, like this would be done, and I can release it. But I just haven't. Yeah, maybe someday. The music for that one. So here's one that I've also kind of. I also haven't worked on this one. I've got 2 versions of it though. So once upon a time, I wanted basically like a tracker, but for the Redshift. And so there was a time back when I was in like. This was probably back when I was in grad school, so this would be like 8 years ago or so. But like, I was like, man, it'd be cool if I could like, I want to write music in something more like a tracker, and then I'll write it in text. And basically what I wound up doing is I kind of wrote my own sort of programming language that was designed to do tracker-like music, but then gets compiled to Exapunks stuff. And I wrote like a, I think it was C++. I wrote like a C++ program. It takes in a specially written text file. It pops out Exapunks code text file, and then you can copy paste that into here. And so like this is kind of like a tracker. So like this EXA is just a fun way to display the values currently on the sound registers. This is the code that runs kind of the tracker, and you feed it specially made files. So like, you know, these files are formatted in a very specific way. But basically what this lets me do is this is advanced music, compact advanced music playback in a single EXA. So like, so for example, let's do which one's this? Oh yeah, that's one that that's a song I wrote. But like, so like this is the moon theme from the NES DuckTales game. I then started making like a newer version of it. I tried to cram in some more features. So like one feature that was common with trackers is you could like do arpeggios off of a single note.
Okay.
This may take a while to get to the part that has the arpeggios. But like it'll be very obvious in the visuals when it's doing the arpeggios. There we go. So the symbol that looks like a D is the one that's doing arpeggio notes. That is being defined by a single pitch and then a single parameter. So then you don't need to subdivide that piece of the track into a bajillion subdivisions to do each individual note. You can just say, all right, for this part, play this pitch, play this kind of arpeggio, and then it automatically does like it automatically fills in the type of arpeggio it is.
That's cool.
And then this is Doom.
This is like advanced MIDI in some way.
Yeah. So this is the theme from the first level of the original Doom game. But I haven't worked on this kind of stuff for a very long time. But this kind of stuff was really helpful in making music for other things, because like for example for the TIS 330 I used this kind of thing as a bass, and then like I optimized it to play only that specific song so I could get some different features in there and stuff. But it was nice to, like, I'm going to work on this game, and for the music, I'm just going to use this thing I already wrote, tweak it a bit, and then now I have a single exa handling the music, the background music for it. Let's see. What's another good one? I wonder if I want to jump straight to that. I could have swore there was another thing in here. No, I don't think so. We'll just jump to that. So I think another thing that I'm really proud of as far as, like, technical ability goes is, I figured out how to do Pac-Man and have it still look kind of decent. So, like, sure, like, Pac-Man's...
That does look incredible.
Like, Pac-Man, like, yeah, sure, Pac-Man's only, like, 3 pixels wide, but I do got the pellets and stuff, and the little enemies running around, and if you run into the enemy, you die, and you can wrap around to the other side of the level and stuff, and...
Oh, you can wrap? Oh, you gotta show that.
Yeah. So if you go through the, what's it, like these flashing things on the ends. And the flashing thing on the end is a single exa that just bounces back and forth really fast. So I have both ends of the tunnel covered by a single exa rather than using 2 exas for the same thing. So that's a optimization I'm happy about.
Right.
This one's a little bit more advanced. I haven't added the monsters to this one yet, I don't think. But what I feel really clever about for this version is the previous version, the pellets and the walls were separate objects. In this version, the exas that handle walls are the same exas that handle pellets. So I can save a whole ton of exas by not needing one for one and one for the other. Visually, they take up the same space, so I can save a lot of exas by having both of them do the same job. And then that gives me a lot more... That gives me more exas to use on, like, extra digits for the score. Extra, I can use exas to make, like, these power pills in the corner that currently don't do anything yet, but... And then this bonus fruit at the top here. The wraparound's still here. I don't have any enemies in here, so there's no way to lose lives or something, but there's a life counter in the bottom.
Right.
And then I also made, like, a introduction, like a arcade intro. Yeah, it's Tac-Man. I don't know. I can't use Pac-Man because it's copyright, obviously, but... So...
I think no one would stop you. The flashing press start is a nice touch, of course.
Yeah. But after that slick intro, there's nothing hooked up into it afterwards.
Oh, well, okay. Reminds me of one of my very first programming exercises. I added a loading bar to my game.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't load anything, it just sat in a busy loop. I mean, I had no idea what loading bars even did, so I was like, games have loading bars, I'll have a loading bar.
It needs a loading bar, that's what games have.
Exactly. I might have made my busy loop unnecessarily slow. Whoa.
Yeah, this is just a little, like, demo thing I wrote. So
Impressive.
Let me play through it slower. Maybe this is too slow. No, this is too slow. But Yeah, the glyph in the center kind of grows from the outside, like it kind of grows out.
Huh.
And then all the atom types come in and circle around it.
Wow. The growing animation is quite impressive.
Yeah. But I'm sure there's a lot of other like small little silly little things in here, like like for example, so let's see, I think TIS 330 and the 15 puzzle game are like the most. Those are things that I have actually released.
Okay. Whoa.
Yeah. So nice. So yeah, nice like little company intro, because you know Tech is the company that made the Redshift. So Tech released games should have their logo on it and stuff. So I just made up something.
Yeah.
And then this has a lot of different. This is like the normal 15 puzzle of slide the tiles around until you solve it, but then like this comes with a lot of like pictures built in for solving it. So like what would be a fun one?
That is an impressively sophisticated menuing and start system.
Proxies?
Well, gotta do
yeah.
Space Chem, right?
Oh yeah, we can do Space Chem instead.
So I got hit by stream delay.
Ooh. But yeah, yeah, we'll do Space Chem, and then so like the buttons are you use up, down, left, right to move the tiles around.
Right, of course.
And then you can hit X, Y, or Z to show what does the solved puzzle look like.
Oh, that was not what I thought.
Yeah, so
I thought the logo was going to be in the middle.
Yeah, this flashing exclamation point thing is just showing, okay, you haven't solved it yet, but this is what it's supposed to look like. And that's really useful because, like, some of these...
I see when you do jigsaw puzzles, you like to look at the box.
Only real jigsaw players can do it without. I'm not good enough, unfortunately. But it also makes up for the limitation of the graphics of like the only colors I have available are black and white. So
that's true.
Being able to show you this is what it's supposed to look like. This one's probably actually terrible.
Yeah.
But like the fact that you can see what it's supposed to look like, and the fact that there are two tiles that aren't literally the same, means you have a much better chance of actually solving it.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
But I had a lot of fun trying to make these pictures. Mainly done it by taking the original content and then like putting it in Microsoft Word and making the increasing the and then setting the brightness and contrast to certain levels so that it's just black and white. Some of these make for better pictures than others, I think. That one's a bit cluttered. This one I think's pretty good. The Alchemist.
You can end the stream the same way we started, by staring at a picture of Anateus.
Oh yeah, you want to know what? You know what? If I solve this so that it's on Anateus' face the whole time, I can, because like to have it here, I have to hold the button the whole time. Oh wait, no, I can. Right. That's easier. I'll just pause it, and then we can just end the stream here, and then it truly will start the way it ended. But
all right.
But yeah, I can't see who's still watching the stream. My guess is it's. I don't know if there's anyone besides you and me here, but
I think there is none.
Okay, so I think everyone left when the Opus Magnum content ended. That's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, because showing this stuff was kind of my own personal indulgence of like, these are projects that I've abandoned for a long time, and maybe I'll get back to them someday. But if not, at least I can have a little bit of satisfaction from knowing that someone saw them, at least partially.
Yes.
Too many things, not enough time.
Yeah. Exactly. Doesn't have the choice.
But yeah. So for anybody in the future watching the VOD, thanks for sticking this far. I'm on the Zectronics unofficial Discord server, Isaac.was or Mr_Puzzle, like the channel name. This was who? We came from a previous stream. I don't know how to end streams.
Say thank you and goodbye.
Yeah, thanks. Yep. Thanks for watching. See you around. Bye.